Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ECL September Invitational. Was that live? Okay, that's what I thought. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ECL September Invitational. This month, we will be starting off with me, Cygnus Infinity, and my friend Dr. Hero as our casters. How are you doing, Dr. Hero? Right. Well, it looks like we will be starting off with a belter, a team kill match. What we mean by that is that we're going to be watching the Overmaster versus I Am Monstrum, both members of Team Rankstar. Here you can see their player cards created by the lovely Captain Teambro. And we have I Am Monstrum, age 24, the younger player here. Location Portland, Oregon, a fellow Oregonian. And yes, here you can see the truths and a lie. I hope we are ready to watch some Eternal because the players are ready to play some Eternal. Let's don't put too much tension on these players for this team kill match and get into it. Turn of memes. So the Overmaster and I Am Monstrum. The players each brought three decks. Do we, by any chance, know which of their decks will ban for this? The format for this event is a three deck conquest with one ban to create a three deck format, or a best of three format. And speaking of that, it looks like we're already getting some results in. Safar and Vampus both won their matches against TRS players, Magikarp and Notorious GHP. That definitely does look like it's going to be Temporal Distortion. Well, I Am Monstrum is bringing Rakano Valkyrie. Right. As you can see in I Am Monstrum's hand, this is one of the more aggressive Valkyrie lists, making use of the little baby Ikaria rather than just being a big Rakano style. Now, the Overmaster is, of course, a three faction deck, and we can see that he is, in part, using his time to fix for his other factions with help of those Find the Ways. But. Exactly. which, with caster vision, we see are the entirety of his hand. Valkyries and a merchant. The Overmaster is set up to be able to do his thing, which is drag the game out as long as possible because he is going to be advantaged in most situations that go late. Yeah, one of the most powerful things Akari Valkyrie Captain can do is her ultimate. Pay 3 to play a Justice Sigil from your deck depleted. Each Valkyrie in your hand gets +1/+1. So, to dissect that, paying 3, okay, you can do that the turn after you play her, if you're playing her on curve, and play Justice Sigil from your deck depleted. That's ramp, and ramp is really good. And Valkyrie in your hand getting +1/+1, that could be the 7 cost Ikaria the Liberator, who is already a big threat and could just be bigger. It could also be Valkyrie Enforcer, who is definitely not optimally positioned in this particular matchup. But here we see Monstrum far enough that Ikaria Ultimate now turning the Valkyrie Enforcer into a 4/4. Well, it does dodge Hailstorm. It then gets into a range of stuff like that Island's Choice, which is a card we actually see in the Overmaster's hand. Certainly the case. Now, while it's starting to seem like Monstrum has power but not much to do with it, we have to recognize that the Ixtan Merchant and the Rise to the Challenge are both ways of going and getting big threats. It looks like Monstrum is going to be far enough to rise to the challenge to go get a 7 cost Ikaria who will be a 7/5. And the Overmaster did pause and chose not to do anything in response to that, though I believe he was only at 2 power, so he continued using Island's Choice to counter it. It instead would have just been ambushing in the Desert Marshal. Or do you even get a pause for ambush off of Vespa? Yeah. Yes, of course. It's after so many years of playing Magic the Gathering, it can be tough to remember exactly how Eternal works. Certainly, it's something that provides a threat on a different axis than the Overmaster is primarily set up to be dealing with. Now, Vanquisher's Blade is a card we see from I Am Monstrum. That's not one I've seen much of outside of, well, really ever.
You don't want to make my allies your enemies.
Right, but like in matchups such as Temporal, I'm still not sure how huge it is because the +2/+2 cards can't leave the enemy void. It seems like it makes the unit die to additional removal that it otherwise might not be, but what do I know? That is something the Overmaster is very happy to see off the top of his deck, and it looks like if Monstrum plays Ikaria the Liberator before attacking with the Daisho, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. He's instead going to just attack with the 3/3 Exton Merchant. A strong play there because that forces Overmaster to show that he either has fast spells or additional ambush units, and has to then choose what to do. But now I'm Monstrum playing the Valkyrie Enforcer before committing an attack with the Daisho. I'm not sure I like this because okay, Monstrum instead chooses just to not attack with the Daisho, knowing that Overmaster has something that can be done when he doesn't have any blockers in play, and it's very possible that that is a unit or multiple units with ambush. Because Iron Monstrum knows that the Overmaster is going to be running both Scorpion Wasps and Desert Marshals. Now here comes the attack, which is going to force out a Desert Marshal death, and Iron Monstrum gets to follow up with Kari the Liberator.
Or
Well,
be
the
cut
Overmaster
down.
doesn't have power to ambush out a Scorpion Wasp. Especially since that extra attack puts the Overmaster down to 5. He does gain an additional several life there off of Vital Arcana back up to 9, which means that if it weren't for. Actually, because of the Vanquisher's Blade, this Ikari is still attacking as a lethal attacker, but Overmaster then did have the power for the Scorpion Wasp. Oh, Dr. Hero, I believe the stream is not getting your voice because of how the tournament is set up. Gosh, that's a bit awkward. Dr. Hero has been providing very insightful commentary this whole time as well, whenever I've not been talking, but it seems
Hello.
like I've just been screaming into the void so far.
Yeah, sorry about that. We got it now. Okay. Overmaster strategize here.
The Overmaster does have a way to deal with this Valkyrie Enforcer, and supposedly a way to deal with the Arc Runehammer, but if that way is sacking his Scorpion Wasp, that doesn't feel the greatest, though he does have the power to be able to Harsh Rule out the Valkyrie Enforcer and then sack the Scorpion Wasp to not take any damage, remain at 5, which is likely what the Overmaster is going to do here.
And he has the total attacking to gain armor the next turn, so he doesn't really care too much.
And when
Akari's
you
wing won't kill him.
Yeah, the Sword of the Sky King is both a massive threat that Iron Monstrum needs to deal with and a massive source of defense for the Overmaster. And now we see the Overmaster picking up an additional counterspell, and Monstrum just picking up sigils. That's really not what you want to be doing here. And it might come down to that variance, showing that the Overmaster managed to go later than I Am Monstrum.
Yeah,
It's currently
Iron
1 damage
Monster
off lethal.
picks up a torch, but torch doesn't even kill the Sword of the Sky King. So with that, he could pair that with something else, an Ikaria maybe. Yeah, Channel the Tempest. Okay, that's gonna be really hard to come back from at this point.
A Rizan without lifesteal. That's not going to be enough, as the Overmaster also has that Channel of the Tempest on top. So we see Monstrum there torching the Overmaster's face before casting the Rizan as a way of making sure Rizan does have lifesteal. But even then, the Overmaster had just enough cards in hand 1 to be able to cast Channel of the Tempest for lethal. Game 1 goes to the Overmaster.
Yeah, really well played by both players. The Overmaster is slightly favoring the matchup, but he managed to pick it up.
Which are the truths? What is the lie? That's a lot of used tos in once. has gotten back into game already.
Overmaster is playing his clear Voda combo deck, I believe. And that would indicate that his other deck was banned, which was Valkyries. And I am Monster
Oh,
decided to
right.
run it back with Valkyries as well.
That does make a lot of sense. It's a deck that he feels probably has a decent matchup against Talir Voda combo. But the players are very ready to start game 2, so let's give them the okay to do so.
Overmaster is 1-0 over Monster.
And went with a keep with that hand. Well, Monstrum went for Mulligan and didn't get something that you really like to see at all.
Focus,
Yeah,
child.
I wish the mirror with this hand looked better for him, but I am Monstrum. Only has Bullet Shaper.
Top decking the Bullet Shaper there definitely was what Monstrum needed to do. He's still going to want to draw another power source or a second Bullet Shaper. I suppose that will...
That doesn't quite get him there. He only
Yeah,
has
because
one torch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only has one Vanquish to throw away. And even throwing away Vanquish kind of feels bad for him.
Well, it does certainly feel bad. Not being able to cast your units also feels bad, and that's what Monstrum's having to deal with right now. Sitting here stuck on 3 power while your opponent's playing a Sandstorm Titan, definitely awkward, but it could result in the Vanquish being played. Instead, Monstrum looks like it's market time to go get that Rakana banner.
He wants
Makes
to
a
go
lot
to
of sense
merchant,
there.
which means he can't go into the market for a privilege and rank. Which is kind of painful.
Focus, child.
Yeah, that is one of the awkward side effects of choosing to play that particular merchant. But it does give Monstrum access to Boar. Ooh, now Monstrum's looking to attack in with these Bullet Shapers, while the Overmaster has a Blister Sting Wasp available as a blocker. I
He's
suppose
probably looking
Monstrum
at
might be
torch here, huh?
right, but I don't know why you don't torch pre-combat if you're doing that. Wouldn't it allow Monstrum to get in for more damage?
Time
Yeah,
quickens.
torching.
I
He
suppose
could have
the
blocked with
point
the
is...
Bullet Shaper.
I do suppose the point is moot here, as the Overmaster didn't block with anything. Monstrum managed to scare him out of it, I suppose. And here we see Vanquish's blade firing off the Vanquish to get rid of the second Sandstorm Titan. And this is a matchup where the line of text cards can't leave the enemy void is actually relevant.
Yeah, this Darker Charm is very sad. The blade is on the board. It might have been tech specifically to deal with the clear Voda combo deck, which has gained popularity.
That could be the case. I have definitely heard it called the strongest tournament deck of all time, which I'm not entirely convinced of yet, but I suppose if the Overmaster can pull it back from here, that might definitely improve my opinion of it.
I am
Interesting
Monstrum
there that we see
cast.
Monstrum cast the Privilege of Rank.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a Bullet Shaper open to ramp into it, and he also could have played a Kari at the same turn.
Absolutely, Monstrum hasn't ultimated either of his Bullet Shapers yet. And
Maybe it
now
was a
if he
misclick.
wants to, he would have to he would have to spend a torch to do so. I think it's not even worth it now because he can just hardcast Ikaria.
Yeah, I think he thought that he clicked Bullet Shaper first, but that wasn't quite the case.
Yeah, that could prove to have been a misclick for sure.
Now this Owlhead doing great work making sure this Blistering Wasp, Mr. Sting Wasp, doesn't get killed by Torch. But Razan can still kill it with the double ping.
Right, the second ping from Razan combined with the torch is enough to kill that Blister Sting Wasp and open up the route for Akaria to get in for a second attack. There's now 10 toot toots from the horn onto some unit or a weapon down there in Monstrum's deck, but at this rate it might not even wind up mattering.
Yeah, he had to use a Theater just to survive the next swing in the air.
That said, he didn't really have any other play that turn anyway.
He really wants to get a Sandstorm Titan on the board right now. But his Dark Return has killed that option. This Vanquisher's Blade killed the Dark Return option.
So much to
Right, now the Overmaster gets to show, hey, I have Talir, but it's not enough because that right there was the turn that I Am Monstrum was able to crack back for lethal. So now we will be going on to a game 3 where both of these players have one win under their belts and need a final one to take the match. Still, the deck that I have had most banned against me and just seen most banned in general is Charge Rod. And it looks to me like Monstrum is bringing Praxis tokens to this fight right here, so it appears to have not been banned.
So Combray Aggro was the ban for the Overmaster side. That gives Temporal Distortion a lot of trouble, and his other matchup, Voda Combo and Valkyries, I guess also can give them trouble.
So, I Am Monstrum here goes for Morgan and gets a whole bunch of small units and the power to cast them.
Sounds like Praxis tokens, but he does not have the option.
That is true, but that top deck Teacher of Humility will be able to be played this turn thanks to the +1 power of Initiate of the Sands. Turns out, Crest of Impulse being depleted doesn't feel nearly as bad when you're starting your turns off with Initiate of the Sands. But interestingly enough, Monstrum decides it's not Teacher of Humility time and instead goes with the Trailmaker to jump up to 4 power for the next turn, perhaps planning to play Temple Scribe and Teacher of Humility in the following turn.
He's just trying to get as much stuff on the board as possible, as quickly as possible.
As we can see, both players are getting all this extra power right now, an Aurelian Merchant and an Initiate of the Sands for the Overmaster, and a premium Initiate of the Sands alongside a premium Trailmaker for I Am Monstrum.
It's written right here.
Premium Trailmaker outdoes Premium Initiate of the Sands. Have a nice fire animation going on.
But the glowing magic, the blue magic in the Initiate of the Sands hands.
Debatable. So the Overmaster has a crest, and he's probably going to play Massive Torment first, start to get his ramp up. And I Am Monstrum actually drew the combos, which is really great for him, because that's exactly what Praxis tokens need to work.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I Am Monstrum is glad that this matchup right here is against Overmaster's Talir deck and not against Overmaster's Temporal Control deck. Because just think of all of the sweepers that would have been available to Overmaster if he still had to get the win with his TJP list.
Yeah, practice tokens versus Temporal was an interesting matchup. Temporal
Focus,
runs a ton of features, always had a super ready, but practice tokens also has a ton of refills. Basically, who runs out of the cards first.
Whereas in this particular matchup, we can see that Monstrum has already committed his entire hand to the board, meaning that it is top deck time, top deck mode for Monstrum, but the Overmaster, I think, is totally fine with what Monstrum has committed to the board so far.
I'm not. I think I Am Monster wants to have attacked earlier in the earlier turns with the Titan was on the board. Now he's waiting for another power to buff up Obelisk, I suppose, but he's not really
Which would you like?
doing anything at the Overmaster stage anymore. He's just board.
Right, and giving the Talir Voda combo deck time is always frightening.
Yeah, he did nothing but play units to the board, and now these units aren't getting much value.
The desert is far.
Well, that's true. The Overmaster hasn't yet managed to find a way to punish this particular choice from Iron Monstrum beyond just having a pile of units in play. Now we see Monstrum does find that power source, and now his units are somewhat large, but not larger than a Sandstorm Titan or an Allhead. And Allhead's now going to start making Overmaster's units more large than they already would be.
Still refuses to swing. He has 3 rallies in his deck, which I think he will be using, or is looking for. And he has 1 fault to practice in the market.
Hey, Doctor. Sounds like the game sound is quite loud for the viewers. Sorry about that. I hope that we haven't been drowned out too much.
That's fine.
Fixed it! Live production because our producer is casting today. So many of our casters are playing in the tournament today.
Yeah, it's nice to give him a break every once in a while. I don't get breaks though.
A break to play in a tournament with a currently $200 prize pool.
I could have used some of that money.
Of course, that 200 prize pool that number can go up and up if anyone is interested in doing so. You can add to the prize pool for completely free by using our code ECL September 18 when you hop over to Matcherino. And then you can also use Matcherino to get various rewards and stuff for actually spending some money to get into the prize pool for these players. And it looks like Iron Monstrum did finally decide to attack with everything that doesn't produce extra power.
He finally decides to start attacking in. Realizes that if he gives Overmaster any more time, he's just gonna run away with the game with this devoted Theurge. I'm surprised he blocked with it at all, because that's what's gonna really put him over the top.
Right. The other thing that comes as a bit of a surprise is that the Allhead is not blocking the Teacher of Humility to kill it, because at this point, having that teacher around is probably one of those things that you don't want to be doing if you're Overmaster.
What is the Titan blocking?
The Sandstorm Titan is blocking a 3/3 Temple Scribe.
Okay. Thing with
It can be.
getting
It
hit by
can-
teacher as the Overmaster is you have a ton of power and you don't really care about any of your cards costing 2 extra, and you
Right.
drawing into your combo cards might actually be good for you.
But you care about Monstrum drawing cards.
Yeah.
And
that
it's also one
happens.
of the larger units Monstrum has in play. So getting it off the board as soon as possible seems prudent to me.
Overmaster just passes the turn.
Monstrum draws a Jawbone Greatsword and sees Heart of the Vault on top of the deck. Interesting that Monstrum decides to warp it out before doing any attacks. I would have been considering holding that off as a way of stacking some damage to kill an enemy like a Devoted Theurge, Sandstorm Titan, or an Owlhead if one of them blocked the 5/5s.
Killing that unit right now with essentially 3 damage to the face, because that takes away a blocker for this swing. Maybe he doesn't want to win on board presence, but life total.
Perhaps that is the case. I suppose Monstrum knows that he is the beatdown here, and is more than happy to be sacrificing a bunch of units to get as much of that damage in as possible. This definitely does put the Overmaster at a very risky life total of 4.
Sadly,
2
could not
units
play the
hitting would be
Jawbone
lethal,
Greatsword.
and Overmaster definitely does not have enough units to provide adequate blockers for that board. I think Monstrum might be taking this.
Yeah, Iron Monster looks to be in a great position. The only way the Overmaster can really win was through his combo turn, but he doesn't have any of the combo pieces.
No Chaliers, no merchants to go get Vodacon. Not even either of those things in the void, as the merchant still sits over in Overmaster's field. Not exactly where you want it. But we can see the Overmaster playing a friendly Wisp that triggers itself thanks to multiple double effects from Owlhead.
I did
That
not.
does allow Overmaster to draw a couple of extra cards, and one of them is going to be that Devour. It's something.
I did not know that was even possible for the friendly wish to trigger itself. I thought it said other units. That's
When
interesting.
you play a unit with 5 attack or more, draw 2 cards.
Okay, so that's a beefy wisp. He has another Dark Return and a Devour. He can try using Devour and Dark Return to go for it all over again, but then he wouldn't have the power to play whatever he draws.
Right, that becomes very power expensive, a total cost of 5 to do that. But we also see that the Overmaster decides that it's not possible to be devouring the Aurelian Merchant and hoping to draw Talir and finish off the combo because there just wouldn't have been enough power to play Talir.
He doesn't play the mask out. He could have played the mask and then devoured this turn as well. That would have gotten him 1 extra power. Probably not very worth it. Instead, he wants to try and play whatever he draws as a fast spell.
Yeah, he's holding off on using any more power because he knows that he is still dying to a full flunge here, where I'm Monstrum ace bases, because the 2 life gained is not going to be enough to deal with 4 attackers. But if the Overmaster does draw into something else, oh, that's not gonna do it. So, I Am Monstrum takes this game and with it the match, beating the Overmaster, sending the Overmaster down to the losers bracket. For this particular tournament, we are running double elimination, essentially GSL groups, 4 of those to send 2 players each to a top 8, which will be single elimination. Speaking of that bracket, let's go in and check in with it now.
Sorry about that. I was kind of distracted producing stuff.
Well, it does appear a fair bit of Eternal is being played right now, so I suspect we'll be able to dive into something right away. Got a whole bunch of different
Okay.
options going along right now, and I'm wondering where we should go.
Yeah, so we're just looking to see what's going on right now.
Perhaps we follow the Overmaster into a match versus Dr. Pringles, or we could jump over to some other event, some other match, perhaps a qualification match between Kalos and Yarku, Vampus and Allison, or Safar and Cross.
Oh, we are doing this by rounds this time. Last month was asynchronous bracket, which was kind of fast but interesting.
I believe we are still running this asynchronously.
Oh, but it just the way the bracket is set up looks different.
Yes.
Okay, we can check out DHP and Isochron or Alice and
Oh,
Vampus. Those are good players.
yeah, there's a bunch of good players going on all over.
That's why this is an invitational.
Exactly. So yeah, let's hop into Allison versus Vampus. Actually, it appears they are not currently playing. How about we jump to Yarku versus Kalos?
Okay, let's see who I have.
It appears that Kalos is on a Gentrix Irel Combre deck, which is one that we've been seeing fairly recently. Well, her opponent Yurikyu is wearing a disciplinary weights, but has a much better board state than Kalos, who happens to also be wearing a disciplinary weights. While Yurikyu is down to 9, I think that this commanding board state, including 2 predatory Carnosaurs, 3 Dawnwalkers, though one is silenced, 1 Heart of the Vault, 1 Teacher of Humility, 1 Trailmaker, is probably going to wind up being just enough to get through Kalos' 20 life before Kalos can deal the requisite 9 damage. While she does have a flyer in this Valkyrie Enforcer, Finest Hour isn't going to be enough to bring that 4-4 up to a 9-9, which would have been needed to kill Yorick this turn.
Yeah, we hopped in right at the end of this game, I suppose. This Combray aggro list. So it's Combray aggro looking for a Crown Watch standard to try and come back in this.
We can see that whatever that Gentrix Zero had been buffing up has already died, or she was played onto an empty board, which definitely wouldn't feel good for Kalos, but sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah,
And here we see Yurikyu making the necessary blocks that this Finest Hour will not be enough damage to kill, and the crackback will definitely be lethal.
yeah, that was a bit
So,
of a Hail Mary swing right there. Let him see if he let something through.
I mean, there was no other route to victory there for Kalos. So she tried to see if Yorick might make a misplay, but of course Yorick is an invitational player, not going to make a misplay like that.
Misplays are not allowed. Except when I'm on stream, then misplays abound.
So we don't know for sure if that was a game 3 or what.
No, but while we wait, Yerrick Yu, age 25, from I can't pronounce Portuguese Brazil. They made masters and ranked in draft within the first month of playing. Bit of an all-star. Kalos, on the other hand,
And
age
it's
24,
from
20,
from
34.
yeah, that's 34 from Clemson, South Carolina.
Okay. Her truth and a lie took up locksmithing as a hobby, has never flown a plane, plays the electric fiddle. Yurikyu loves baseball. Favorite anime is Code Lyoko. I was obsessed with that as a kid. Favorite fighting game is Tekken. I would, I like actually I was a big fan of Street Fighter back when Street Fighter 4 was a thing. But I'm not as much of a fan as the newest Street Fighter. I downloaded
And
Tekken yesterday.
it looks like they are still playing
Okay.
Eternals, so it must not have been the end of their match. Perhaps we can find out if this is game 2 or game 3.
Yeah, we'll hop into that with this caster rambling about things that aren't relevant.
This'll do the trick.
Okay, it looks like this is game 2 with Yurikyu up 1-0 so far. Perhaps looking to close it out here in what looks to be a time-heavy deck mirror match. Perhaps not a full mirror match, but we see that Kalos is on tokens here. Sorry, I just completely slipped my brain.
It happens.
Praxis, that's the word.
Praxis tokens.
Well, Yurikyu, repping that Wolf Slayer card back, is playing what appears to be mono time. There definitely are enough good units in time right now to warrant not splashing, but then again, I'm still not convinced that not splashing at all is the correct choice.
Yeah, there's so many good cards and other colors and dual faction colors and time, especially in time being like part of the vault and all the other stuff. Surso is good in it for a legion.
Yes. Once again, Yurikyu is up 1-0 versus Kalos, meaning he's looking to close this out, while Kalos is looking to somehow survive and take it to game 3. But I feel Praxis Tokens is going to have a kind of tough time with this hand Yurikyu is showing. Though we of course saw in our previous match that I Monstrum was able to get around all the big time units that the Overmaster was playing, so perhaps that will be Kalos' plan here. If any of you were wondering about that first match that we watched, it did not result in either of those players being eliminated, but it dropped the Overmaster down to the loser's bracket to face off against Sono. The winner of that then has another chance at life, but the loser will then be done.
Do we have an update on Yurikyu's score or this game's score?
Yes, Yurikyu is up 1-0 versus Kalos right now.
Oh, I put the wrong thing. I thought Kalos won for a second. There we go. Perfect. Yurikyu stuck at 4 power, sadly. Cannot play this great Mystic Ascending or World Bearer.
So, some of the other updates that we've found so far is that Notorious GHP, Jikaran, and Crack Variety so far have been eliminated.
So,
Wait a second.
So were those the players that have lost twice in a row?
That would be the case, but looks like there might be some strange things going on with our
It was
bracket
just
tracking.
Isocron, Male, and Crack Variety. Those are the players that dropped.
Oh yes, Isocron, Male, and Crack Variety are the ones who have been eliminated. My bad, I was misreading our site. Need
How
to
dare
get
you
better at that.
misread this professional piece of work that our website maker has poured their hard sweat and tears into. Okay. Whose turn is it right now? They're thinking hard about what to do next. Probably Kayla's, because she has actually stuff to play.
Yeah, it's Scala's turn here. It looks like she's going to be firing off that Heart of the Vault to kill Yurkyu's Merchant. Give him as low on power as possible, which happens to be only 3. You can see that Yurkyu has not drawn any other power yet.
That
And
was
that's
definitely
allowing
the correct play, but it feels terrible if you're on the under end of that, taking advantage of screw.
right. And since Kalos does have that active Xenon Obelisk, she's going to be able to directly kill that Sandstorm Titan with the killer on that Predatory Carnosaur, paving the path for Heart of Vault and that 2/5 Merchant to attack uncontested. I mean, there's a Dawnwalker there, but it would only be providing a chump block. And the fact is that Kalos wants to finish this game off as fast as possible, so she chooses to attack in with her 2/2 Grenadin drone as well.
Yurikyu
Now we see
finally got off
Yurikyu,
the power,
but it's just way too little too late, as Yurikyu would not be able to play any of his 5 or 6 cost units there. With that, we will be moving on to a Game 3. Both these players are looking to make it into the top 8 off of a win here. The other one will still have a second chance at life, but definitely it's the easier route to take the win here.
definitely players are now tied 1-1, and not sure if we have the bands. I'm pretty sure Chaos would have brought us a Gunslingers deck, because she loves Gunslingers.
That she does, but it looks like if she did, it was banned, as her 2 decks are the Combra Aggro and the Rakano. That's not Rakano. Praxis. Somehow Praxis, the word Praxis just keeps falling out of my mind. But players are back into game 3 now. Let's see who finished this match. Yurikyu will, of course, be on the mono time list once again, while Kalos is bringing back her Combray Aggro list that she lost game 1 with. Yurik definitely has a hand where he will be able to cast things as long as he draws things, because right now he's mostly power flooded. But the
Yeah.
Teacher of Humility actually
Ooh.
kind of helps him get a draw here, since he definitely won't be short on power to play things. But starting
Turn
off
2
with
teacher
Brilliant
into turn
Merchant.
3 teacher? Is that what happened?
That is what happened, but that turn 3 Teacher can be blocked by Aurelian Merchant, though it could also then eat the Merchant off of a Stand Together, which is kind of the line of play I'd be thinking of doing if I'm Kalos. Just straight up flunge and Stand Together after attacks. Or perhaps Stand Together before attacks? There is something to be said for Stand Together before attacks. Attack with the Teacher of Humilities, because you might be able to get a second weights onto Yurikyu, but I feel like you'd rather be killing the Aurelian Merchant this turn. Though there's, of course, also something to be said for just playing out a Copperall Elite or an Orc Record Keeper, though I feel that that might not necessarily be the optimal line of play. You're not exactly weary of much in the way of spells from Yurikyu for killing your units. Mono Time doesn't really do much in the way of spells. Its main way of killing units is going to be Carnosaurs. And look at that, Yurikyu doesn't block at all, instead just taking the second weights. Now anything he gets out of the market or draws as a second draw, he doesn't really do much in the way of second draws in a turn. Is going to be ridiculously expensive with a
Yeah.
+4
Not
cost added
blocking
on.
there would probably mean he was afraid of a Finest Hour. Instead of just Stand Together that was in hand.
Now, Yurikyu just plays the Sandstorm Titan out this turn, and Kalos has that Vanquish to be on the punish. I think she's going to be able to be attacking him for quite a lot this turn.
Yeah, Vanquish, Stand Together, swing with the team. Sounds like a great plan right here.
Also worth noting that Kalos silencing the Aurelian Merchant is also proving to be a very strong play, as it's making Yurikyu have to wait even longer to play those units that have had their costs increased.
Yeah, and Mystic Ascendant looks like a 6 drop, but it's really a 7 drop. Because playing it out on 6 feels kind of terrible, getting no value for playing a 4-4.
Yeah, 4-4 for 6 is definitely not great. No, Kalos does choose to attack with everything, including the Initiate of the Sands. And Yurku goes ahead and makes a block on the one of those Teachers of Humility.
Yeah, that gets blown out by Stand Together. Yurki, I think,
Absolutely.
was still scared at the Finest Hour, which was not in Kalos.
Yurku does manage to get 2 units out this turn, but I don't believe that's going to be enough, as Kalos can just toss Gentrix Iriel 4 into play, put +4/+4 onto Valkyrie Enforcer, and smash Yurku's face for a match win, and with it, a path into the top 8. Congratulations, Kalos. But don't worry, Yurku, you still have a chance.
This is why we have the losers bracket.
Yes, it is. Yurku will be dropping down into the losers bracket to be fighting. Who's that gonna be?
I really like that Genetrix has been seeing a lot of play. Most of the time when a promo comes out, everybody plays it for a little bit and it goes away, like right away. It doesn't get played. But this one is actually has some sticking power.
I mean, Svetia has had a lot of staying power as well.
Oh yes, that was the last promo that has been seen in a lot of play. When
But
the
yes, it
promos
looks
first
like
came out, they were kind of ridiculous in power level. I was told with Scouting Party and what was the other promo? Not sure.
this was Group C, so Yurku drops down to the losers match 3 against Jikaran to see who will be qualifying in their group alongside Kalos. We've seen Cross versus Safar end with Cross taking the match win to move to 2-0 as well, up in the top 8. We've also seen Vampus versus Allison result in Vampus going into the top 8. We now have 3 of our 8 finalized, and let's go find a 4th.
Okay, so who's in game right now? Vampus has not been paired yet.
We can watch Dr. Pringles versus I Am Monstrum, a match to see who goes 2-0 in Group A.
Sure, we will do that right here.
We've seen I Am Monstrum's player card before, but let's take a quick look at Dr. Pringles.
All right, Dr. Pringles, age 25, location Germany. He won second place in the ECL Invitational and top 8 in the ETS Invitational.
Nice, someone who's definitely been around the Eternal Community Tournament block. And it's sweet to have him back here again.
Yeah, he was a little bit more fun in his Truth and a Lie. One actually hates Pringles, is a real doctor, and has a cat possessed by the devil himself. Oops. You can have fun guessing which one that is.
Well, my first inclination is that getting a doctorate by age 25 seems quite intense.
It's possible.
But we are currently into game 2 between them right now. It appears I Am Monstrum flooded out on game 1, meaning Dr. Pringles is up 1-0 right now. And Annihilate will be taken out. Akaria Valkyrie Captain. Well, look at Dr. Pringle's hand. It appears to be that Pringles is on a pure Found Scream deck. Wow.
Yeah, this is the Felon Berserk deck that aims to kill you for a bit of a combo. Berserk and rapid shots. You did say player Dr. Pringles 1-0 over Monster, right?
That is correct. So for now, Dr. Pringles is just getting some attacks in with his 2-1 Snowcrest Yeti. I suppose he has plans to perhaps toss Gift of Battle and some various other buff spells onto it to make it attack as a large boy, but now that's not very likely to result in it getting in for damage due to that torch that can now be used, since the Yeti no longer has an Aegis, that being popped by Valkyrie Enforcer.
Yeah,
But
Dr.
as long as
Pringles
it's
is a
just
bit
attacking for
melee like.
2, Monstrum's willing to take it.
Holding that torch was smart, as we saw him killing off that Dust Grader before she got any value.
And now we see Deep Forge Plate landing on that Valkyrie Enforcer, popping it up to an 8-8 and breaking that permafrost, because that's one of the two things Endurance does. The other thing it does is allows that Valkyrie Enforcer to be around as a blocker, but Annihilate says, actually no, you're dead now. Now, I suspect we're going to see I'm Monstrum throw out a Starsteel Daisho here, looking to kill Snowcrest Yeti and then get in for some damage. But it's possible that we might see Dr. Pringles follow that up with a Rapid Shot? No, actually, I'm Monstrum decides it's not time to play the Daisho, instead just holding off, doing nothing. Doesn't have a fast build to play in response to whatever Dr. Pringles does this turn, so it could be time for a huge swath of damage. Let's see, with 4 power, he could Gift of Battle and Rapid Shot to bring the Snowcrest Yeti up to a 6-6, attacking twice. That would be 12 damage, putting Iron Monstrum to 2. But perhaps if Dr. Mungles hasn't played a power this turn, he could also be screaming back to Dusk Raider. It looks like he has, though, so we're instead just going to see Snowcrest Yeti. Okay, nope, here goes the Amethyst Waystone. But Dr. Pringles is then just going to attack with Snowcrest Yeti anyway, instead just choosing to get in for 12. I believe Dr. Pringles could have had lethal that turn.
They do not have anything in the void, do they?
He does, the Dusk Raider.
Oh yeah, that would have been lethal. He could have even done it the end of turn 1 and have worked. That would have been 1 damage.
Red, of course. But it looks like this is still going to be game, as long as Dr. Pringles recognizes that he can onto the screen now. 2 threats is enough threats to bypass Ikaria. 2 damage will kill Ahim Monstrum and put him down into the loser's bracket for Group A. Congratulations to Dr. Pringles for making it into the top 8 with a 2-0 record.
Yeah, that was 2-0 for Dr. Pringles. Swept that up really quickly with his aggro list.
It appears Magikarp has managed to beat Safar in the Group B losers match, losers finals, to hop up into the top 8 as well. So we now know 5 of our 8. Let's go find the final 3.
I think Yurik, you and Jikaran are fighting for that title at this moment.
Yes,
and also
as well as
GHP
Allison.
and Allison.
Yes.
I think I want to check out Allison right now. She's been doing really well lately in our invitationals and also in the Shadowfall tournament. Did she qualify for that?
I don't believe she did, because that's going on right now.
Hey, if you had a choice between this and the Shadowfall tournament, We give out cash prizes. I'm just saying.
Well, it looks like she is currently on Rakano Valkyries versus Notorious GHP, who also appears to be currently on Rakano Valkyries. The game has gotten to the point where Allison has 5 power, and so does Notorious GHP. GHP has a Orc Runehammer in play, while Allison is hoping to draw another power to be able to play 2 Ikarias from hand, though she will be able to play Razan right this coming turn. I suspect she will be playing one of these Razans and burning out the Runehammer rather than killing the X2 Merchant that Notorious GHP just played. It looks like the market choice was Ikaria. That does make a lot of sense, but now we see GHP play a second Runehammer because that is a way to kill Razan, preventing him from being an Ikaria blocker.
Yeah, this is a mirror match, and in these mirror matches, Akarias are one of the most relevant cards that you can play.
A second Razan shows up after Notorious GHP played out the Valkyrie Enforcer, which means that he's not going to be able to open the skies for an Ikaria attack. And it appears that GHP is currently up 1-0 versus Allison, who was in the winner's bracket, meaning she's facing a loss and loss into an elimination. She definitely does not want that to happen, so she is being on her best behavior right now. And I do have to say, having 3 Ikaria the Liberator in hand could prove to be quite successful if she does draw the power, but instead all she finds is a Winchester Merchant. She'll have to send one of those Ikarias to the market, now there's 2 in there, and grab the power to be able to start playing other ones. She also has to deal with this 7-8 Bullet Shaper that Notorious GHP played there. I wonder if there would have been something to be said for Allison grabbing Herschel off of that merchant last turn. Here's another Winchester merchant, so she does have the option to do that at some point, but it looks like now it's Ikaria time. Slap in the air for 5, get a Warcry 5 onto something, and hope that you can outrace this 10 damage that is not going to be that much because, of course,
It'll get the job done.
Allison has a blocker there in the Ikaria, who, of course, has.
Oh, it's over Akaria's time. But
Yeah.
Allison's about to drop a second one down right now. Or she can go to the market and get a Vanquish for this Bullet Shaper that's going to be swinging.
But of course, Notorious GHP knew that Valkyrie Enforcer was going to be dying on the attack, and was just doing that to activate Tribute for Jawbone Greatsword. That means that he creates and draws a 8/6 Brand Without Fury. That boy is a big boy, and that big boy has Berserk.
And he killed his deputy and give it Overwhelm.
But that top deck for Allison
Oh,
is a
man.
13-13 Whirling Duo. Even if it gets blocked, that lifesteal is still going to be happening. Allison is gaining 13 life this turn, going up to 18. That's exactly what needed to be getting those Ikaria buffs. And I think off of that, she's going to win this game and take us to a game 3. That was incredible of a top deck there for Allison.
Man, this is one of the great things about running the Sicario decks. Your top decks are amazing.
Absolutely insane there. Allison manages to take that game and push us on to a game 3. So she will be on a different deck, but Notorious GHP will once again be running that Rakano Valkyrie list. We'll see if he loses another game with it.
All right, we have our cards. Notorious GHP, 18 from Newfoundland, Canada. Had 6 ETS top 8s and multiple top 3 ladder finishes. Allison's
That's
also age 18 from Singapore.
oh, Singapore. That's exciting.
Bit of an international. We have 3 top 8s at ECL weeklies, 4 top 4 on ECL Sunday Challenge. She's a bit of an ECL grinder, my favorite kind of tournament grinder.
Quite fantastic. Truth and a lie. The walls of her room are painted sky blue. Her only vice is Coca-Cola, and she enjoys tarot reading as a hobby.
She can tell the future. Notorious GHP, truth and lie, plans on getting a Harry Potter tattoo, believes Snape is the true hero, and believes Ron is the best written character.
Ah. Well, it looks like players are in the game here, and it appears that Allison is on a temporal control list. We've already seen a Rakana Valkyrie versus Temporal Control match, and it went in the Temporal deck's favor. Hopefully for Allison, she manages to replicate that result. But GHP definitely wants to buck that trend, but I'm not sure that this is the hand to do it with. Look at that! Notorious GHP has nothing in the way of units to provide pressure, instead only having 2 torches and a Vanquish. Vanquish is definitely not what you need when you're playing up against Temporal.
Those are basically 3 completely dead cards in this matchup. Torch can sometimes do it, but they often have face Aegis and no units you care about killing.
Notorious GHP definitely has to be worried that he's just going to give Allison too much time to do what she's looking to do. But that Akari Valkyrie Captain was a fine top deck there, being able to ultimate her and bring himself up to the 6 Justice influence needed to activate her breakpoint, making her into a 4-3. But Notorious GHP attacks with her into Allison's Desert Marshal. Now, the other top deck of Razan Greatbow Master means that GHP does get to keep providing pressure, but that pressure can be negated by many of the cards in Allison's hand. What spell would you be using here to remove it? Looks like Allison's going with the Permafrost. That means
Permafrost here is good because you don't really. That's the only unit you care about permafrosting. Karia Liberator cannot be targeted by permafrost, so that's
right.
useless.
You want to keep your wasps for Akarias.
Yeah.
And the Vanquish can at least break an Aegis on a Ikaria, so it's doing more against them than the Permafrost would. Very good choice from Allison. Now we see her just spending her power in turn to be drawing some depleted sigils off of this Find the Way that she drew. Perhaps planning a Sword of the Sagaikon or a Channel of the Tempest fairly soon.
Yeah, the power she gets, she doesn't get more primal influence, which you need for Channel the Tempest. Instead, you got a time and a justice.
That justice is undepleted, so she definitely
just the time.
did not hear. Oh, and here's her first harsh roll. That can certainly come in clutch up against GHP at some point, but it's not time to use it yet. Awkwardly now, the Permafrost definitely weakens her Sword of the Sky King, but she can't play that Channel of the Tempest yet because, of course, she does not have the influence to do so. Now, GHP is going to fire off Double Torch onto Sword of the Sky King, putting Allison down to just 1 armor.
Did you really need to do that this turn, though? It's a bit awkward running both Swords of the Sky King and Permafrost. As you can see, Allison uses 2 removal spells on that Razan just to get her Sword of the Sky King through.
Yeah, I feel like that removal spell wouldn't have been spent on the Razan there if GHP did not fire off the torches last turn, and I think that an alternative line of play would have resulted in the death of this sword. Instead, we're going to probably see a Hailstorm out of Allison this turn to once again clear the board so she can swing in once more for 8 damage. And that is a very relevant clock up against GHP right now. Oh, the poor man's just drawing nothing.
Ah, so much power. Throw the way to Valkyrie Enforcer.
He just has to send that to the bottom because he knows that Allison's going to have a way to remove that. He needs something with charge.
Something with charge or like a Razan to pig. Ooh.
But the thing is, there's not even time for that, as Allison did find the influence she needed to finish the game with Channel the Tempest. Congratulations to Allison for making it into the top 8. Condolences to Notorious GHP for not doing so.
Yeah, she's looking to padding her her ECL resume even further.
Yes, she is. So, our top 8 currently is Dr. Pringles, Cross, Kalos, Magikarp, Thampus, and Allison. So we are waiting for Group C and Group A to have their losers bracket finals finalized. And it looks like we could possibly hop into Yorkyu versus Jikaran.
Okay, we will go ahead and do that.
Yes, it appears Yorkyu and Jikaran are currently playing. Jikaran is probably on Temporal. I'm not used to Temporal running Islands Intervention, or the Great Parliament, really. I mean, Great Parliament definitely still does see play. It's, of course, amazing, wonderful. The Great Parliament is love. The Great Parliament is life. Yorkyu appears to be on Combray aggro of some sort. It's the kind that runs Sandstorm Titans alongside Night Chancellor Seraphos.
Probably big Combray or Sword of Unity.
Yeah, that's a good line of thinking. And Jikaran currently does not have a board sweeper, which is definitely something Yorkyu's happy to find out. But just drawing another Islands Intervention. Gosh, I mean, are these designed to be breaking Akari Aegises? What are they doing here for Jikaran?
Not
Think
sure at
you
this
can
point.
escape me?
Hmm.
Having CRF silenced is definitely something that prevents her from really being much of anything. Same goes for the Aurelian Merchant, and Jikaran does go into the market to grab Temporal Distortion, interestingly not sending an Islands Intervention to do so, instead getting rid of a Hailstorm. We see that Jikaran's market is very interesting, containing Circe's Choice, Disjunction, and Reality Warden. 7/7 for 5, cards can't leave the enemy void. It appears a lot of people have decided to bring some Void Lock in various forms to this particular tournament.
It's a good way of dealing with the Talir Voto combo deck. Is having extra ways of interacting with the void. Their best way to activate their combo is in Dark Return.
Interestingly, Jikaran chose to fire off Channel the Tempest there on main phase rather than a Temporal Distortion into Fast Spell Channel the Tempest, just wanting to avoid Yorkyu getting an opportunity to buff up that Mystic Ascendant any further than it already was. No extra card draw for you, Yurik. And seeing that he drew a Lingering Influence proves that it definitely could have happened. Instead, that power is going to go to the market in exchange for a Stand Together. Certainly a powerful card. And Jikaran is still choosing to not play Temporal Distortion. Instead, dropping an Arc Runehammer and killing that already silenced Night Chancellor Seraph. Perhaps waiting on getting some other things that could actually benefit from being fast spells before playing it. Now, Island's Intervention, once again, I'm just not sure if I like this card in this particular matchup at all. Yurikyu does have flyers now, but the Owls are 4/4s, not 4/3s or 3/3s. Intervention isn't going to kill those. It only deals 3 damage to an enemy unit with flying. It can also negate a 3-cost enemy spell, or give Jikaran's Yeti plus 3 health this turn. I doubt Jikaran's running any Yeti, but wow. Vital Arcana does draw Jikaran into Clan Tactic and Channel the Tempest. Quite the draw for sure. Clan Tactic will be killing one of the Owls, and I wouldn't be surprised to see double Intervention or Equivocate.
Intervention will be able to counter this stand together, which is really nice for me.
Ah,
Probably
you're right.
exactly
That
why he
is
ran this in the first place.
primary reason to be running that. But it looks like Jikaran decides it's not Equivocate time, instead just taking the 4 damage and losing the Orc Runehammer. I would have liked him attacking with that last turn if he was expecting to wind up just getting it killed by a 4/4, because then that 4/4 would be dead as well. Now, Jikaran once again fires off a main phase Channel the Tempest, looking to draw some more cards to be able to play them later on.
Double Hailstorm functioning as a board.
Certainly does. Yurikyu has one more Great Parliament to put 2 more Owls in play, and Jikaran draws the Harsh Rule to be able to wipe them off the face of the earth. Likely waiting to see if Yurikyu incorrectly commits additional units, but since Find the Way is going to be Yurikyu's draw and thus play, we're definitely not going to see additional units committed to the board. I suspect that we will wind up still seeing this Harsh Rule fired off at fast spell speed right now. And now, Jikaran doesn't really have much pressure, but he's also not facing down against any pressure, so even just a 4/1 Arc Runehammer is going to be a clock that Yurikyu has to find a way to deal with. Oh, Mystic Ascendant is certainly a good draw, since the Time Sigil was still sitting in Yurikyu's hand, allowing for a draw of an extra card, which is going to be Stand Together. Now, Jikaran might be considering equivocating to make room for another attack here, and that's going to result in a Stand Together cast and an Island's Intervention to counter that Stand Together. Okay, I'm definitely coming around on these Island's Interventions. Now that I know what they're for, they certainly do some good work. But wow! Look at that! Of all cards,
Ooh.
an on-faction Champion of Cunning, Champion of Progress, double active. That is an 18/18. Jikaran doesn't actually have a way to deal with that right now. He's going to be taking 18 damage this turn.
I don't
That's
think
insane.
I've ever seen a fully active Champion of Progress on the board.
No, I don't think I have either. That's crazy. Now, Jikaran does have the Harsh Rule here. He'll probably wait to do that on Yurikyu's turn, but Yurikyu's not going to make the mistake of committing any other units to the board. Force this Harsh Rule before playing anything else, so that Jikaran's going to have to find a way to kill off World Bearer Behemoth as well. Another top deck Harsh Rule and an Into the Story to warp off is a way to do that. Interestingly, though, I believe Jikaran could have still held off on the End of the Story and warped it as a fast spell.
Yeah.
but
Um,
he chose to do so right then to prevent Yurikyu from getting an extra power into play off the World Bear Behemoth's ability.
this Martial Iron Thorn can give him double the life off the Amber Stone.
Now, Jikaran gets a merchant another chance to go into the market, and looks like it's time for him to be playing some pressure while also locking down Yurikyu's Void, though I don't believe Yurikyu plays with the Void whatsoever anyway. A 7/7 Reality Warden does seem pretty powerful, but Yurikyu does get that Martial Iron Thorn and is able to play it right now.
Yeah, Jikaran is
And
gonna need a harsh rule here if he wants to survive this turn.
he certainly will, which means that he's only going to get one attack in with the Reality Warden, and then it's just going to be dead meat. Kind of awkward that your market play is going to be dying one turn after you went and got it, but at least it forces Yurikyu to spend all of his power this turn. But Yurikyu once again found another piece of strong pressure, as you can see that Seraph in hand will be able to be played and used her ability. I always think it's an ultimate just because it seems like an ultimate kind of ability, but it's actually not an ultimate.
That's
You
a
can cast
nice,
it
cute
over and
looking
over.
armadillo right there.
And it is a very threatening armadillo as well. 2 damage combined with the power of that Knight Chancellor Seraph of 3 is enough to kill Jekaron this turn, which means he'll have to be firing off that end of the story to wipe out the board once again.
If you Jikaran, do you fire off end of the story before he gets another Seraph activation, or do you just not care about whatever comes down on the board?
Chances are you're totally happy with Yurikyu spending 8 power to make another unit.
Because he could also draw an Aegis or charge you, an Aegis unit.
It could have been a unit with Aegis, but then you're still happy to break that Aegis because it probably doesn't have and charge. But looking, wow, Jikaran just takes the 2 damage from Amaran Armadillo, going to 3 rather than firing off into the story there. Perhaps hoping to see Yurikyu commit some more to the board, but now he, of course, doesn't, and Jikaran fires off into the story now, meaning Yurikyu gets to play his other Knight Chancellor Seraph and make a 2/4 Everex Familiar.
Not the best roll.
Not
It
the
does
best roll,
dodge Island of Intervention at least.
but exactly, it dodges intervention, which means Jikaran probably has to spend that Equivocate to send Seraph back to Yurikyu's hand, and if that 3-drop is something with charge, he's just dead. That does not have charge.
Dawnwalker doesn't have charge, but it's still really
But-
good against these temporal decks.
Definitely a strong threat that Jikaran's going to need to find a way to perhaps deal with permanently, but Strategize does give Jikaran another chance to draw something to work. Aurelian Merchant plus Vanquish. The Merchant can go get Circe's Choice or Disjunction. Circe's Choice is enough to allow Jikaran to survive having to either cast that for the +6 life or cast it in combination with Island's Intervention as a way of killing that Avarax Familiar. It looks like Jikaran chooses to gain the life and trade off the Aurelian Merchant for that Dawnwalker, but Yurikyu definitely has a lot of ways to bring that Dawnwalker back in this
I
deck.
think I would have preferred to go to Aurelian Merchant to grab an Ornament.
Okay, a top deck Channel the Tempest from Jikaran goes to Yurikyu's face. That puts Yurik down to 4. Well, Jikaran's still setting at 5, but all he draws is 2 power and a Sword of the Sky King. That's definitely not what he was hoping to see off that. But Yurikyu won't be able to attack for lethal this turn. So Jikaran still has the lease on life, but man, the interest on that is rising and rising.
Let them get some points.
Scorpion Wasp is not the top deck Jikaran needed. That is going to be the game over. Congratulations to Yurikyu for taking this game. I don't believe we know the current score. But wait, actually, it's
This is just enough for lethal.
yeah.
So Yorkview picks up a win there.
We don't know for sure if that was the match or just a game. And oh, look at that. I got an encroaching darkness for being a premium encroaching darkness for being a part of Eternal on Twitch. Spooky.
So some other players, while we were waiting, the Overmaster has dropped from the tournament. I believe he lost the game.
That would be the case. Yes, he lost to Sono, meaning that that match, that final match of bracket Group A, is going to be I Am Monstrum versus Sono. Now, I think we actually might need to take a really quick look to see if the players we were watching right there are going back into game. It does not yet appear that they are, so perhaps we jump over to Monstrum versus Sono.
Yes, we're gonna check that out here. The winner of this game, do they make it into the top 8?
That is correct. The winner of this match goes to the top 8, and the loser is eliminated.
Just gonna spectate Sono right here. Match.
So, I Am Monstrum is one we have seen multiple times. Well, Sono is not one we have seen so. But look at that. Sono has the level 100 fire totem. That is the first time I have seen that.
I believe Sono may have disabled spectate.
I will check in with him to make sure that is not the case.
Just confirming now.
Okay, we have confirmation that Sono is currently up one game versus I Am Monstrum. And the banned decks are Monstrum's Ricano Valk and Sono's Combre. Here are our player cards. We have seen Monstrums a couple of times now, but Sono is also repping a player card. We see that Sono is a 27-year-old from
Cleveland, Ohio. Their eternal accomplishments are never lucky, which is interesting because I know for a fact he has like a few top 8s or something.
sometimes lucky. So we can also see that Sono has been involved with 15 reported car accidents, refuses to eat fruits and vegetables, and has a Blu-ray copy of Scott Pilgrim, autographed by Michael Cera. Two of those things are true. One of them's a lie. And before you dive into thinking that being involved in 15 reported car accidents is probably the lie, because that seems like a lot, you'd think he'd get his license revoked at some point. he could also be a first responder or a policeman. Because that also counts as being involved in car accidents, right? So I can let you know that right now, Game 2 is currently going on. Well, Sono appears to be on account of Valkyrie, and I am Monstrum. He's running a Combray aggro. Currently has two Teacher of Humilities in play versus Sono's one Ikaria Valkyrie Captain and one Winchest Merchant. Sono is at 20, Monstrum is at 23. Monstrum is only on 4 power, while Sono has gotten up to 5 thanks to the help of that Valkyrie Captain's ultimate. That is correct. So this is the last one, which means we can at least provide players with Monstrum's point of view if you dive into watching from his side. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to bring the hand cam due to that particular situation. We will make sure to get that resolved before the top 8s. And of course, speaking to that top 8, that last match we saw, of course, resulted in Yurikyu winning and going to that top 8.
Okay. So we're watching I Am Monstrum. He's on his Combray aggro list. Very popular nowadays. Versus Sonon Rakano Valkyries.
Also a very popular deck. Sono currently has 4 cards in hand. We unfortunately do not know what those are, but we also see that Sono has a disciplinary weights put on him.
Here it is.
But that is a rather big Amelie, and that Amelie will be able to make it kind of tough for Monstrum to be attacking in here, especially as we now see an additional Razan show up, able to kill one of Monstrum's power sources, locking him down on 5. Well, Sono is already up to 7. If there's an Ikaria in hand, we can see her running out and smashing Monstrum in the face now.
Do we have confirmation of the score here?
Yes, we do. Sono is currently up 1-0 over I Am Monstrum, which means that this situation is starting to look rather dire for the player that we have kind of been following a little bit due to the situation we have found ourselves in. It is possible that both players on the Team Rankstar kill match that we started off with are going to wind up not making it to the top 8.
Yeah.
And one of my 2 fellow Oregonians might not wind up getting into that list either. That, of course, also being Monstrum.
Yep. Okay, they're really thinking through their turn here.
It's time for Sono to be declaring blocks. You can see that he only has 2 units able and ready to block, and Monstrum does have that Crown Watch tactic, which is going to turn his 4/4 Aegis Trampling Minotaur into a 7/7 Aegis Lifesteal Trampling Minotaur for a turn. That would mean that Sono takes 13 damage and goes to 1. Do we know how many things Sono has in the void right now? Is his Razan active with lifesteal? Oh, Roland's intervention. That's what he was
Yeah.
holding.
So there's one more spell to activate lifesteal.
Yeah. And he also uses that to take less damage instead, only going to 4. But Monstrum is up to 20, meaning he should be able to survive this turn unless Sono had specifically an Ikaria in hand, which he did not. Though this situation does still seem to be rather Sono favored. Razan's lifesteal is now active.
Iron Monstrum does have 2 Valkyrie forces, which can deal with a couple of the flyers, but they still will be grounded and his life total is in serious danger.
Certainly. As I think part of the issue that Monstrum is facing here is being stuck on 4 power.
Yeah, even though this is nominally the aggro deck, it still likes having a bit of power in this Combre list.
Wow, Monstrum concedes there. I thought he might have had a way to survive, but perhaps he would have needed to have been playing 2 enforces there, just being power screwed. Unfortunate for him, as that means he is eliminated from the tournament. But for Sono, that means that we're going to see Sono in the top 8 alongside 7 other players. Dr. Pringles, Cross, Kalos, Vampus, Magikarp, Yurku, and Allison. We're going to take a quick break before we get situated into the top 8 and see you soon. Hello, everybody. We are back with the top 8. I am once again Cygnus Infinity, and this time around, I have the Overmaster with me. How you doing, Overmaster?
Hey, Cygnus. It's been a long time since I've been in the casting booth. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I'm disappointed that you didn't manage to make it into the top 8, but not too disappointed because that means I get to be casting with you here.
Yeah, there's a nice consolation prize. There's a nice sure. One of the two people that we're featuring in this round, Vampus versus Sono, actually beat me last round, and I'm not too salty. I'm not too sure the punts mattered, but I certainly did not play optimally. Let's put it that way.
I mean, he was the first seed coming into the tournament, so he is pretty hard to beat. That Sono guy over there. So
yeah, he's top 8 at the last 2 ETSs as well.
Yeah, here we can see their player cards, including Two Truths and a Lie, and their decks. We can see that both players wind up banning Praxis, leaving Vampus, Xenon, and Combre, and leaving Sono, Combre, and Rakano. We know for sure that that's Rakano Valkyrie, and
Okay. Yeah. On Sono's side, since I think he probably wants to lead with of Valks because Valks has an okay matchup into both decks. Although if you think about it like that, then you lead with your other deck. You want to score a free win. It depends on I don't know the specifics of each deck list, whether or not Combriago is actually better. Like which one's better into the mirror. They're probably pretty similar though. I don't know.
One last thing before we dive into the game, I want to thank Inked Gaming for working with us and providing us a mousepad for the giveaway that has recently concluded. I want to thank Maturino for working with us and helping us make the prize pool for this tournament get up to over $200 right now. Keep in mind, if anyone here is interested in perhaps adding to that prize pool and they haven't done so yet, they can go to Maturino and use a code ECL September 18 to add to the prize pool for completely free. And if you want to contribute some of your money, you can do that as well. That will be going to the players who do quite well in this top 8. Could be going to Vampus or Sono. And now the players are ready, so let us dive into some Eternal.
All right. So Sono did decide to lead with Valks. I think it's solid into both the decks. I think it's even into Xenon Killers, and it actually has probably a plus matchup against Cumber Aggro. So it's a solid lead. I usually lead with my deck that's worse.
Both players are coming off of a mulligan here, and Sono does not
Sono's
have
hand was
the influence to be able to play one of those Baby Akarias on turn 2 unless he does draw into it. And you know what? Vampus has Suffocates in deck. That works out pretty well against those Baby Akarias.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, Vampus does not have any Suffocates in hand. He does have an Annihilate though. Ooh, he top decks into the Justice Source, so he's able to play the turn 2. Now, will Vampus equally top decks into the Suffocate, getting rid of the first Icaria. I don't know whether or not he's going to be able to get rid, or he wants to get rid of the second Icaria, but it might be a good idea, to be honest.
He scouted that to the top off of a crest. Yeah. That's why I was talking about that Suffocate.
Okay.
Now, Vampus will probably fire off the Annihilate here. That's what I'd be doing. I know that many of Sono's larger threats are multicolored. Your Razans and your Icarias, of course.
Also, for sure, if Sono activates this Icaria and he has any other Valkyries in hand, obviously they get +1/+1. But it puts this Razan into range of any of the 6 toughness blockers, the 6 health blockers. So
gains Sono some ramp, getting him closer to his big Valkyrie soon.
Yeah, sure. So Vampus took that risk, and it did not pay off.
Not the slightest.
Yeah.
He decided to play Teacher of Humility, and all it did was eat a torch.
And now Vampus is a little power screwed here. I don't know what he's going to do. They might be tempo efficient and play out either the Auric Interrogator, eating potentially another removal spell, in this case, Razan, or hold off on the Ion. We'll see. I would probably play the Auric Interrogator because if it gets removed, he has the Dark Return if you top tech some power, so he can start to get some value, eke some value
And
off.
Vampus agrees with you. He just needs to do whatever he can to get closer to being able to actually draw some additional power, since so much of his hand is currently locked up. And as you see, Vampus does choose to kill that Auric Interrogator, or Sona does, rather, with his Razan. But look at that draw for Vampus. It's a Sandstorm Titan. He does not have the power to play that, and it is not the power to allow him to make that Dark Return play. He just has to pass.
It's going to hold up the Ion.
Yeah, and Ion doesn't really even block any of these things because they all have flying. Sono plays out Icaria the Liberator, and that just results in Vampus conceding. That was a really fast match.
Concede. Yeah, it was good to concede. I don't think I would have conceded because it wasn't actually over, but yeah. I think that it was like a 0.1 percenter, and at that point.
I just got a
Was it lethal?
For being part of Eternal on Twitch.
You got a what did you get as a drop?
Sleepless Night.
Nice. Yesterday I got 2 Shadowlands Tyrant.
I got a
foils.
I got a premium Shadowlands Tyrant and a premium Strand of Shadow.
A Strand of Shadow. Wait, they were giving out ones from campaigns? Sick.
Or maybe it's not Strand of Shadow.
Oh, Devastating Setback.
No, it's definitely not Devastating Setback.
Okay. So this is gonna be the second game. Sono's up 1-0. Now Sono has their Rakana Valks is eliminated. Now they have to win with their combo aggro, and now Vampus has a very good deck in Xenon Killers into combo aggro. That's the reason why he took it to the ETS yesterday, and that's the reason why he took it today. I'm assuming is so that he didn't have to ban combo aggro. That's one of the things that some teams and some players were probably doing today, is that they were looking to build lineups that were good against temporal but not combo aggro, so you could ban combo aggro, but you could kill the temporal deck. But in this case, Vampus decided to go with the other direction. And decides to be able to ban out temporal, but keep the combo aggro because of Xenon.
Yes, and yes, my bad. It was Encroaching Darkness.
Oh yes, you said that in the call earlier. So Vampus leads on the crest. We get to see an Allhead. He's going to bottom that. He needs the earlier threats, sure.
Right.
Sono's
has Allhead in hand alongside 2 Sandstorm Titans. So if Sono doesn't really do much in the way of early plays, which from the looks of his hand he's not really going to, Vampus is going to have an open line to be able to start playing units around the time Sono does. Now,
Sono's hand was so anemic, though. His first play was on turn 4. I don't really think. I think the combo aggro deck needs to get on the board sooner than that. I've heard Grimvan talking about how you can get on the board by turn 3, which is fine, but this was a turn 4, which is definitely not as good for sure.
I absolutely agree. That was way slow for Sono, and interestingly, he chose to play the Copperhole Elite rather than the Sandstorm Titan, which does mean that the Sandstorm Titan did not get annihilated right away, but also meant that Sono doesn't have the opportunity to Titan plus initiation to kill Vampus's Titan.
That was a slight misstep by Sono. I don't know if you caught it, but he attacked before he played a power that turn, which means that Vampus knows that it's a Finest Hour. Now it's 2 Finest Hours, but they know it's a Finest Hour and not a Crown Watch Standard. So that means later on, if there's a racing situation, they can calculate that it's probably a Finest Hour and not a Crown Watch Standard.
You're very right, and these players are very high level, so that's something that's going to factor into Vampus's decision making for the rest of the game.
That means that even if Sono's on 1 power instead of 2, right? That he knows that there's something up. I mean, he's gonna know that now because of the Annihilate, but
he also will eventually have to keep in mind that it's possible that Sono may have drawn into the Crown Watch standard, but the chances of that are a lot lower than the chances of them currently being. Well, sorry, the chances of that are a lot lower than the chances would be if it seemed like Sono could still have one in hand.
Currently on board, we have Vampus with this. Okay, so he get this out of range. He can get this out of range of one finest hour, but it won't. It'll survive, right? No, he can't get it out of a finest hour. Unfortunately, you would have to dark return it back or something like that on a trade. But Vampus is currently winning on board. And Sono is still has quite an anemic draw. It is interesting that Sono has Xena Initiation in his deck. That is not something I'd considered Combre aggro. Sure, I'd mostly considered having either the Turbo Vanquish deck with Winchest Merchants, no markets, or a market sort of not, but no Xena Initiation. That is an interesting choice. Sure. Ooh. And Sono's going to save this with the finest hour. Gets out one finest hour. Now, watch this. Okay, did he hit that? I think he hit that spacebar fast enough that it hit the other finest hour. I wish they would change that. I wish you would not be able to not tell there's another fast pause there because you could tell if they didn't hit the spacebar fast enough. But that's like an APM thing. Right?
Yeah, and it feels like APM isn't something that you should be punishing people for in Eternal. But now Vampus is going to toss a Xenon Initiation of his own onto Ripknife Assassin, and it appears he chooses to kill off the 4/4 Copper Hull Elite rather than going for the Knight Chancellor Seraph, who does go back to a 3/4, but if Sono gets 2 more power, she can start just tossing out reinforcements.
Here, I mean, Sono had to pass back. Sono passed back. He basically has no place here. But Vampus, I think, wants to play out this Owlhead and start seeing if he can get a he can get a hit. If he can get a good hit, like this game might be over, right?
But now, if you're Sono, do you want to spend your initiation plus finest hour to kill that Owlhead? The answer is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Spots the play, goes for it. All right.
I think that Vampus is totally fine with that turn of the situation. It did result in him losing a big Owlhead, but also it forced Sono to spend 2 cards out of his hand that could have been used as tricks or kill spells later on.
Yeah. And also, Sono did play the power that turn to get up to the 8 power for Seraph. Okay, so the Vampus knows that this is going to be a tight situation here. He decides to swing all in order to maybe elicit a block from the Seraph, so that because Seraph can end the game pretty quickly if the right hit happens. Yeah,
Certainly.
and Sono.
Vampus's attack is representing lethal damage, so something has to be blocked. And due to that, Sono is considering double blocking with the Copper Hull Elite and the Awakened Student. Student will survive that. 1 Sandstorm Titan dies, and 1 Sandstorm Titan returns to fill the gap.
And there's a Crown Watch Standard. I think he might have to actually, he has to actually leave up the Crown Watch Standard to gain life this turn. Yeah, he can't actually.
Well, he only has 7 power, so he wouldn't have been able to
couldn't.
use Knight Chancellor Seraph's ability anyway. So
If that was just a regular power,
yeah,
but I don't think that was the correct.
if that was just a regular power, then he would at most have 2 blockers, well, currently at 5 life. I think he's glad that it's not a regular power right now.
Sure, especially since he does get to take out the Titan. He does actually get to chump, take out the Titan, and potentially be able to still have, with the right hit, 2 blockers next turn. It has to be the right hit. It has to be something like a token generator or like that.
And since we see Sono take this line, he goes down to 3 rather than up to 6, but he's able to remove 2 of Vampus's threats. Vampus is not able to bring back the Dawnwalker right now, as Auric Interrogator is just a 4/3.
And even after all of this time, the Seraph still has to go away to trade for the Orc Interrogator. Ooh, and he's still living. He's still living. We still living. Sono's still living.
Yes, but now Vampus does have quite a few draws that could kill this, but that's not going to
Yeah.
be one of them. Sono survives to live another turn. I imagine Vampus will still play out the Orc Interrogator just to say, I have 2 threats, what are you going to do? Draw Seraph? That's not going to be enough.
Second.
Take that, Sono. Vampus takes game 2, puts us into a game 3 situation. This game is a decider between these two. The winner will move on to the semifinals. This is the quarterfinals. Well, the loser is eliminated and will not be getting any prize money for this tournament.
Sorry about that. I being summoned. So the match is tied 1-1. We're gonna have a Combray Aggro versus Combray Aggro Mirror. Actually, so let's check out the deck list. Let's see if we can make a prediction of which one's a little better here. So Vampus has the Genetrix, which is good and bad in the mirror. There are Valkyrie Enforcers and the Sheriff Marley, which is good for chumping, but I think it's worse in the mirror because of pumps and overwhelm and stuff like that. You might be able to get a score a quick lethal. And Sonos is probably one with the market. Yep. He loves his market.
Certainly does. He knows the power of the market and refuses to play a deck that does not make use of it nowadays. Look at
I
all
agree,
those shiny,
honestly.
shiny cards. Sono is also
Sono,
the one with the level 100.
Sono plays a lot of Eternal. Yeah, so Sono play. I was gonna say Sono plays a lot of Eternal. He's got quite a collection size. Sure. He's got a mulligan here. I'm not too sure if you have top ticket power. It is on the play, so he was looking for a third power. He needed a third power to make that hand like truly great. Sure.
And being on the play means he just has 1 fewer turns to possibly draw that.
Because I think that this deck like wilts like you can function like reliably on 3 power. I don't think it can function reliably on 2 power.
So does
which is why you
Vampus
see
have to
some of
play
the
his Crown Watch Standard here as power.
yeah, not might have needed to. I mean it's so much worse if he actually draws a. I agree and disagree with that. There you go. I mean, he drew the power anyway. But he still kind of has to play this Crown Watch Standard, right? Because,
Exactly,
okay.
because that leaves him only on 1 Justice Influence without the Standard, and he requires 2 to be able to play Sword of Unity.
Okay. Yeah, he agrees with you. He decides to take the safe line and play the Crown Watch.
I feel like this game might prove to be a bit too slow for Vampus. At least it seems to be that case so far. Sono definitely has a more late game oriented deck. But Vampus
They have a Carnosaur in there. They have a Carnosaur in their market, and that's and if that comes up, I think that's where the game ends. And Vampus doesn't have a response, or the response is only like a finest hour on like a 3/3 or something, right? Like I think that's where the game ends.
Right. Oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, we also had the players fill out what they want to be called. And for Sono, we have options of His Lordship, our Master, Almighty himself, Cool, with several question marks and a follow-up lol. And for Vampus, Vamp wants to be called Vamp. V-A-M-P.
V-A-M-P. So Sono's survey was so some of it you guys can't we're not going to read out any of that, but
Let's
I-
just
I-
say what he submitted didn't all get to the player card.
it
A
couldn't.
bit got somewhat vetoed.
Vetoed is the correct word too, I think. So can Sono attack here? He cannot. There are no attacks. He's just gonna build up, and he's gonna hold the Crown Watch Standard at hand because I think it's gonna be useful later on. It's at least gonna match Vampus. But fine, it's
Yeah,
alright.
it's
And
possible that Sono gets to play out one more power and then is able to combine that Crown Watch Standard with a Zenith initiation to take out something big, perhaps something wearing a Sword of Unity.
yeah, for sure. There's some risk involved in that because if you don't play the Crown Watch Standard, that means that you can't top deck power plus Sword of Unity, and then if your opponent has a Sword of Unity like Vampus has, it's tough to deal with. Although I think this double block's going to occur, and I think that I'm not too sure I like this attack from Vampus without holding up the Finest Hour. I really,
Right, but he's also weary of the 4 cards in Sono's hand. He knows that Sono does have access to Xenon initiations in various ways to perhaps punish Vampus for having all of these Aegis up units.
yeah. He also, yeah, he has to be worried a little bit about the fact that Sono has 4 cards in hand. Vampus is flooded a little, so yeah, kind of. But at least a relative. So he gets rid of 1 unit for the Sword of Unity, gains a bunch of life, so that means that he's ahead in the race a little bit. What does this Orc Record Keeper go on? If he draws, he definitely wants to put it on the Valk Enforcer if he draws this Silence or that. But he might just want to put it on the Initiation, so if it engages in a block, then he doesn't lose the. I don't know. I think I'd put it on Valk Enforcer though.
Knight Chancellor Seraph getting up to a 5/6 does mean that she will happily block a Sandstorm Titan, but of course,
True too.
with Caster Vision, we can see that this is not going to work out as Sono can just toss the Xenon Initiation onto that Titan to straight up kill Seraph.
Yep. Exactly what's going to happen. Vampus again. I didn't like that attack because of the fact that he didn't leave up the power. Like if he had just attacked next turn, it would have been fine. But now Sono just wrecks Vampus's board with the 2 Xenon initiations in hand. It's going to play out the Crown Watch Standard so that potentially he could play the Aurelian Merchant and hold up Stand Together next turn, or a 3-drop or whatever. And I think this is a very safe attack. Vampus, of course, has the double trick in hand. It's kind of cool. But Sono has double trick as well. What does that put it up to? 7? 10? So, oh man, this is going to be the ultimate blowout. I think Vampus is potentially going to concede off of this, right?
Yeah. I don't think there's really much more for Vampus to do here. He's completely out of
And then,
anything.
okay.
He does gain a fair bit of life. He has a couple of turns to survive, and at this point, when you're playing for the opportunity to maybe make some money, you don't just concede there, but it's not like he's going to magically draw a Herschel.
Mercy isn't really my strong suit.
Draws the Merlin,
Has to
Which
flare
is-
out, and-
which would be okay as a jump blocker if Sono didn't get the sort of out of his market.
yeah, sort of Unity there, turning this Sandstorm Titan into just a massive, massive thing. The game is now over, functionally. Sono definitely managed to win it with that combat trick blowout. We're going to see Vampus just sort of feeling sad.
Yep. I mean, he's not dead. He's not dead technically, so there's that. Yeah. What would he be able to top deck? It would have to be a multiple top deck, right? He would have to be able to live through this without taking too much damage and be able to top deck like Vanquish into Vanquish to get rid of the sort of Unity based target. But then he still has to deal with, the Seraph, and the Seraph's eventually going to come up. Sono drew this Teacher of Humility off the top, which Vampus doesn't know about. He can't play around that. I think the game is done for sure.
It does seem to be that case, though. That way, case.
makes the. What are the blocks right now? Okay, he's gonna chump and make a couple of. He has to save a. I don't know.
Right, he wants to survive the turn, but at this point, it's really just token resistance. He doesn't actually have any draws that get him out of the game. The stand together is not going to be enough, and there's the concession.
Congratulations, Sona, for moving on to the top 4, I believe.
Yes, his number 1 seed came into the Invitational with the most points.
Yeah, Sona's in it for sure. He brought some pretty nice decks for sure. He didn't pull any like he there are no strings attached with this lineup. I thought maybe he'd bring like a weird deck or something like that because he was playing an Argent control deck in the ETS yesterday. But no, he decided, you know what, the money is pretty important here, and unfortunately, Vampus's lineup was good too, especially into the predicted lineup from Sono. I think Vampus chose a great lineup. It just didn't and it didn't end up well in the mirror, and I think the mirror is kind of coin flippy, right? Sono was on the play, and he didn't get flooded. Vampus got flooded that game.
Can feel that way. I wonder.
So
if
do we
there's
have a
any other
backup
matches
match?
going on right now? Yeah.
Okay. Our producer is telling us that there's no backup match. Other side of the bracket. Are we casting every single one of the matches?
We
Top
will
8?
not be catching every single match of the quarterfinals, but I believe we will be holding the second semifinal to make sure that we watch both of those
Okay.
leading into the grand finals. And it looks like our next match that we're going to watch then is going to be Kalos versus Croge. Kalos beat
Cross.
Magikarp. Yes, Cross.
Unfortunately, Croge did not was not able to attend, even though he did qualify for.
Yes. So we have Kalos who beat Magikarp 2-1 to find her way into the semifinals. And Yurikyu lost to Cross. Cross here being up into that semifinal spot. Cross on Team Seal the Deal, and Kalos, a member of the Queen's Guard.
Yeah. Women and non-binary, I believe. She's out there. So the other genders in the community, because we are male-dominated.
Yes,
for the
but
most
of
part.
course, we had 2 women in this top 8 here. Allison, who did unfortunately for her wind up losing to Dr. Pringles, and
Allison made it as well.
yes, exactly.
Excellent. Yeah, two women in the top 8. That's great for the community for sure. We had I believe we had 3 women in.
Yes, that is correct. Isochron as well.
Yeah.
Phoenix 10 hasn't been around to participate in the production or casting of this particular tournament, but I'd say there's people all around.
There's quite a bit of representation, and certainly as we get further on, definitely prop up those members of our community for sure. So this matchup, what is it going to be? I'm going to check the deck list. Kylos, I believe they were on something fairly standard, and something that I was looking to bring, actually. This exact thing, yeah. Combray Aggro, Rakano Valks, and Combray Aggro. It's a very solid lineup. No market in the Combray Aggro. And then we have a normal... actually, Rakano Valks with the Sheriff Marley tech, which is of course, what a member of Team Rankstar, Ether Llama, won the tournament with yesterday. And
so Kalos really decided it's not time to be playing any Shadow or any Primal. Arcano Valkyrie, Cambrai Aggro, and Praxis tokens.
she went hard this tournament. That is a that is a nice lineup. Or I don't even know how to I don't know how I would attack it with the lineup that I had. Actually, I believe this is the lineup that Monstrum brought as well, completely separately. Who I faced in the first round and I lost to. This is definitely a really good one.
It appears the players are into game now. Kalos
All right.
and Cross seem to have both brought Rakano for their first game of Eternal in the semifinals.
And okay. So what were the bans then? So they both bought the Rakano Valk. Whoa, Cross. No, he's not playing Rakano Valks. He's playing Armory.
Oh,
Look at that.
this is Armory.
Look at that.
It's got a Flame Stoker there in the market. I said Rakano Valk's just sort of looking at his hand right now, and I think you can understand why I would do that. There's two Akarias
Oh, yeah.
and Rizan sitting around.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the most common list for sure right now. So Kylos has a pretty solid hand here. She might, yeah, she's gonna lead on the Rune Hammer. I don't know which play I would make, but I know that if you play Sheriff Marley, it is going there's a very high likelihood they're gonna Rune Hammer it. So since Cross
already had a Rune Hammer in play, so Kalos went with the Rune Hammer to kill your Rune Hammer strategy.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I didn't even see that. Well,
Now, Cross is having some
casters
issues here, stuck on only 5 power. That's one less than he needs to be able to play Razan.
Carlos decides to keep that on top. It's really a good idea. He gets to play and activate it next turn and be able to pump up her carry. Pretty.
Cross needs to do this double vanquish here because otherwise he'd be taking 8 damage.
Be able to take 8 damage, and also Carlos would she would be able to get a Marley activation and whatnot. And I think it's very difficult for Cross without the tokens are really good against Akaria in general. So I think that against Armory in general. So I think that having to kill, yeah, they have to kill the Marley, right? Or else the value is just gonna be too. Ooh, what a top deck from Cross. Well, I mean, it's okay. I thought he would get the double trade. He gets a Warcraft though.
Unfortunately, it's still not the top deck he needs. He really needs this power, and I think it might wind up being too little too late now, as that Akari is a 6/6, which means she is large enough that Rizan doesn't trade with her, and Cross will not be able to be playing one of his own Akarias, instead just drawing a Rise to the Challenge. He doesn't have any one-cost cards to go get out of his decks there, so that's going to result in Kalos taking Game 1. She is now 1 game away from the Grand Finals, and also has a game to lose if she winds up not being able to win that following game.
All right. So we're going to check out here what the bans and whatnot were. Okay, so you can no longer play Kano Valks. I'm not too sure what were banned, but she has Combo Aggro or Praxis, right? Praxis tokens.
The remaining deck will either be Combo Aggro or Praxis tokens. We do not know for sure which of those was banned. And players are getting into Game 2 right now, so we will know for sure what Kalos got banned from her, and you can double check to see what Cross's was banned. What of Cross's decks were banned? It looks like Cross is swapping over to Combray aggro, so it seems that his Elysian deck was the ban. Well, for Kalos, the Combray deck was the ban, as she is running out Praxis tokens here.
Okay, that makes sense. Elysian midrange good into combo aggro and practice tokens, so I like that band for sure. It's also an unknown kind of right now, so you don't know whether or not Cross is like this tune deck list or whatever.
So, if you're Cross, do you play Orc Record Keeper or Student plus Power? It appears it's going to be Record Keeper.
I would have gone with Student plus Power because you're getting more value off of it at that point, right? So the student in hand isn't as anemic later on. But we'll see
I do
though.
like the Record Keeper play though, because you know that Kalos is on a deck that runs torches, and you know that Kalos is on a deck that runs teachers, and Record Keeper is both better at surviving torches because it actually does that, and much better at blocking teachers because it. Though I suppose the teacher wasn't really a consideration, as Cross would have been able to have a second effect on that student, but it was mostly then to do with that torch, which we see there is one in Kayla's hand.
I think she's probably going to torch and temple scribe here. She temple scribes first, just in case she draws a crest, and then I think that we're gonna see a torch on the. Do you torch the power or the awakened student? I think you torch the awakened student in this spot, but it is an interesting decision.
I feel like if I did not know Cross's hand, I would probably be torching the student, but I feel like seeing Cross's hand, I'd want to keep him off of the fourth power. He does still have things to play on 3, but every power counts up to your 5th power and even your 6th in this deck because of Sword of Unity.
Cross is gonna make the easy attack, and yeah, just gonna pass the turn back. I think Kylus has to end up doing the assembly line play potentially so that they can get an obelisk next. Make a triple block or quadruple block on the 4/4 to play around a threat, but she might also go with the she goes for the obelisk this turn. All right, that's fine. I guess you could chump with the assembly line this turn, but I don't think she's not in danger of dying at this point unless Cross top decks the 6th power.
She's also aware that if the Orc Record Keeper is going to die, the buff is probably going to be jumped up into the air onto the Valkyrie Enforcer, and she knows that she's going to need to draw one more power or play out the Merchant to be able to have the power to obliterate it.
I would have gone for the attack there. I don't like this double block. You lose 2 of your units back, and it doesn't play around anything in their hand, right? They could have top decked it. I know that they didn't have it last turn because of no pause. They didn't have a finest at least, but yeah, I don't really like this double block.
There are so many ways that this could have gone wrong for Kalos. It looks like it's not going to go wrong if she chooses to make a block, but
thinking about it.
If she
All right.
instead just takes it, why didn't she attack?
Yeah, exactly. It was one of those situations where she was thinking about the double block on her previous turn and then was like, nah, it's actually not that great for me if the things happen, right?
Now that is not actually a great time to see a Heart of the Vault on top of your deck if you're Kalos. You don't have the power or influence to be playing that quite yet, and you're kind of interested in getting something else this turn, like actually maybe have drawn a power instead of a Trailmaker. While it does provide power, it does so a bit more slowly and can get
There's Scarf in their deck? Okay. Yeah,
does have
okay.
Scarf from the market to be able to ground that Valkyrie permanently. So,
I think that was the correct play.
here's that finest hour you were talking about Cross possibly drawing. And if Kalos is going to make blocks, we might see that come into play.
Yeah, I don't. This. They didn't see the finest hour last turn, so I don't think they're going to play around it this turn. And Lone. She made the chump block, right? Is that lethal? No, it's
Cross
close.
chose to do lethal.
Okay, it is lethal.
Yes, it is. And that means that both players have a win under their belts. It is now finally going to be the last game for these two players in this penultimate match of the tournament for them.
All right, so Kyla still has her practice tokens deck left, and Cross has Rakana Valks, I believe. So I think this matchup is fairly even. Like,
Cross's deck sort of leans more towards the armory side of things, though.
oh right, I even pointed that out earlier. Casting, ooh, it's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, I think that Cross is. This is one reason why you wouldn't bring armory into the tournament is because of because potentially tokens. But I don't know. Maybe he was looking to ban out tokens, and it just turned out that Kylos brought other stuff that was
Also
not great.
needed to be
Great,
banned.
yeah. Cross's deck is less vulnerable to tokens than normal because they do have 7, I believe, sweeper effects.
Right, that is definitely a high number of sweeper effects. All very good at dealing with a pile of tokens, but you also sort of have to know when to properly time them. Depends on what you draw. There's always going to be variance.
They also have flyers in their deck, in Rizan and Akaria to finish off the game a little bit quicker. In addition to the harsh rules, so this matchup is not as easy to predict as you would think, right? But in general, in the past, tokens is very strong into arm because of the nature of what you can only attack once weapon.
And it looks like time to play this match of Eternal. One of the biggest matches of Eternal of these two players' careers so far. I say one of course, because the winner will move into the finals and the loser will play it out in the third place match, but still, that is a significant difference in pricing. Pricing that, of course, you, my dear viewers, can contribute to if you wish to. Head over to Matcherino, use our code ECL September 18, and do the offers if you haven't yet already. That just follow some Twitter accounts, because those are ways to add to the prize pool for completely free. If you have done that already and you want to be able to contribute some more, we also have a couple of various different rewards you can get. Shoutouts on stream, for example, for adding some of your own money to the prize pool that these two players right here are fighting for.
Is Soylent still on the table for that?
Unfortunately, I believe that the person working with Soylent that was also working with Matcherino is currently no longer working with Soylent, so the Soylent is currently not available while they figure some things out. It might come back at some point, but that is not something you can purchase right now.
So back to the match at hand. Is she gonna make the hard attack here with the 1/1 so she can get a brand without fear from Jabba? Not too sure that's a good plan.
Yeah, unfortunately, it means the Greatsword also dies.
Which would you like?
So I think instead we're
The
going
safe
to
play.
see Kalos just put more things on the board, because Cross is still not able to harsh rule at all. Okay, now just imagine if Kalos top decks. Actually, you know what?
I think she's just gonna. Not too sure what I'd do here. This is an interesting turn. She can play Temple Scribe into into an Aurelian Merchant, fetching with the Grenadin she just got into an obelisk for the following turn.
That
Might
does
be
feel like a strong line here. She's able to add a couple of things to the board, but still not quite enough that it's necessarily a huge harsh rule target. Probably enough that Cross would be very considering doing it, but
Which would you
she
like?
definitely would be able to refill after that. Instead, she goes for the Marson's Disciple, make another Sandcrawler, and let's see if she also commits a Grenadin after that. No, she does not.
I would have attacked there because you're losing a 1/1. You're losing a 2/2 versus your 3/3 for the Orc Runehammer play there. All right, so
Right.
Cross decides not to. Obviously, decides not to harsh rule. It's not a very not a very large board for sure. And
Kalis might be able to take advantage of the fact that Cross is choosing not to harsh roll large board, or not to harsh roll medium boards like this, because she does have ways to turn even a medium board into a massive amount of damage. One of those being this obelisk that I suspect she is going to be getting out of the market right now if she does not fear the flyers so much that she grabs the Sandstorm Scarf.
the check out Kylos's market. I think she probably already got some. No, she has Scarf of Vault of the Practice Unit. Yeah, she's playing this version. I think Xenon Obelisk is the half. She might be worried about potentially Akaria or Rizan, but I don't think she should.
She's deciding if she's priced into getting the scarf or not. And
Scarf is a play she can immediately make this turn, and it's less vulnerable to harsh rule if she. But I think she could just play the Temple Scribe, right, as a follow up as well to.
right, and the logic behind not going for the scarf is that she already has a Jawbone Greatsword in hand, which can be used to kill an Akaria or something, and she's able to put on a bunch of pressure next turn with that obelisk, which is what she decides to go for.
So
Now, since Cross is only at 5, I do like that Kalos is able to essentially represent that she could have gotten either the obelisk or the scarf and not played it this turn. I feel that the bluff would have been a bit stronger if she played an additional unit there, but she really does not want to get too big of a board Herscheled. In fact, she has a small enough board here that Cross chooses not to commit that Herschel. Now, Kalis does have enough power to play both the obelisk and. No, she does not. She did not draw the power. My bad. She does
she
not
could
quite
play.
have enough power to play obelisk plus rally.
Unfortunately, not. I'm not too sure why she didn't play the Temple Scribe last turn. I mean, it's just putting a 1 on the board to getting more.
It could have been the turning point to result in Cross harsh ruling the board, but I feel like the extra draw that could have resulted in Kalos getting the power here probably was worth
Ooh.
it. What?
All right.
Great sword with no tribute. Attack into Ixton Merchant. Get the great sword torched. Have 2 power remaining. Of all lines of play, I think that one was a misplay.
Yeah, I think I don't. Yeah, I don't like that play at all. If now Cross did she have? She must have had a situation where she could tell where the pause was. I'm not too sure how quickly Cross has been pressing that space bar or something like that. Right? Again, another situation where it could be the APM deciding. Okay, so that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So Cross decides to
ready to fire off that Harshul, eat up Kalos' board. Kalos then he's not able to commit a huge amount of units to the board, instead just going for 2 Teachers of Humility and 1 Initiate of the Sands. That is something.
top decks of power. If she top decks of power, she can play Obelisk and have a huge have an actual attack here.
Of
Yeah.
course, one of her teachers did die to that Razan that Cross was happily able to play last turn, meaning that the remaining teacher doesn't
And
feel like that big of a threat. An attack here, well, Cross,
representing a rally, obviously.
yeah,
I don't
Rally is very obviously represented.
I don't like that play. I liked playing the Trailmaker instead, right?
Yeah.
In order to get the power up, so you can actually attack and not have the rally be used this turn. Because if he had blocked the other way, it would have been definitely. Now Cross, see, in Cross's hand we have a card called Starseal Daisho, which I think is gonna be oh no, he plays the Vanquish. Okay.
Well, Daisho could have killed two things that turn.
Yeah.
I do prefer this line of play because the Daisho can provide some strong
Ooh.
pressure as well.
Oh,
later
okay.
on, and this line of play also means go to the market, bore out Kalos' Xenon Obelisk, and this way it's going to be quite tough for Kalos to ever be able to recommit enough to the board that Cross is scared. He has this Ikaria coming down the pipes once he draws an additional power. He already has the influence to play it. He has the Starsteel Daisho that once Kalos' board is cleared up, he can be using to provide pressure as well.
I think Carlos has to go for the Vault of the Praxis in the market, and hopefully to top deck like a Grenadin drone into that kind of play. Okay, she goes with the Scarf, which is a safer line. It protects you from Ikaria, but I think that because you're in such a poor position here, I think you have to play to your outs of potentially drawing into a bunch of threats.
Right, it's one of those situations where what generally feels like the logical play might no longer be the case because you just need to be desperately searching for something to do. And it turns out that she just draws a sigil anyway, so the point is kind of
An attack here, which is fortunate because I think she realizes her fate at this point, right?
Especially with that Ikaria showing up to toss an extra 8 damage.
Do you know what
That's
Scarf doesn't
lethal
do
on the
against
board.
Ikaria if it's the only unit on board?
Exactly, and she top decks another power. That's game. Really unfortunate that Kalos has to just top deck power 2 turns in a row when she needed something other than that to be able to survive here against Cross. But as that is going to be the case, Cross manages to take his run all the way to the grand finals. Kalos will be playing in the 3rd place match later on.
Congrats to Cross for making it in the finals. So we're gonna scooch on towards the other side. Are they ready? Break or?
Yes, I believe we'll be jumping over to the other semifinals where Dr. Pringles and Sono await.
Ooh, a rematch from earlier, where Dr. Pringles actually took it last time.
Yes, Dr. Pringles coming in as one of the
16th seed
in this tournament. Yeah, bottom seed.
Literal, yeah.
And Sono being the literal 1st seed, but Dr. Pringles pretty easily managed to take that win and come into this top 8
Okay.
2-0.
Dr. Pringles is on a spicy lineup. All right.
Yes, I love the stuff that Dr. Pringles is bringing here.
So he has the regular film Berserk list, but it has some it has 4 Twilight Raptors, which I don't agree with, but it's obviously working out for him. So there you go. He also
just
brought
claimed that Felton Berserk is a regular deck.
Well, I mean, it's made top 8s. I've done well with it. I don't know. It's a kind of a regular deck.
I would
It's very
definitely
good
say it's not-
in Conquest.
Yes, but I would also say it's not currently tier 1 in the meta.
Not it's really bad into the current meta, but it's a very good Conquest deck. It's a very good Conquest deck because it has very certain matchups that you can target with it that it just wins, like Temporal.
But we see right now Dr. Pringles is actually on his Shepherd's Horn Flamestoker list.
Right. The other spice.
Spice all over, and I mean, it's managed to get him gear. He's already beaten Sono. Let's see if he can do it again. And right now, it's looking like he very well might be doing that. He just killered up a Sandstorm Titan to get rid of the only other unit Sono had in play, which was Rizab. He does draw into an Ikaria, but doesn't even ultimate the Ikaria, so she's just a. She was still a 4-3. He, of course, had the influence to be able to do that, but she dies to a torch. Sono's
I
at
think
7.
I think a
draws
Millie
a
may have been the best top deck, and it's still not enough.
Exactly. It's still not enough because of that Obliterate in Dr. Pringle's hand, which can just go straight to Sono's face, and with the damage from whichever of these units that Amelie does not block, well, Dr. Pringles is just going to burn Sono's
Burn
face
him out.
because he
He's
top
just-
decks a torch.
Oh, and he gains 3 life from the horn just for the Robins. All right, so
Yes, because the spell Overwhelm or Obliterate has Overwhelm, and the horn counts whenever you play something with Overwhelm, which includes spells that have Overwhelm.
my favorite interaction is, and I don't know if they have it in the deck. We can check it. Is if they have no, they do not. If they have a Stone Scar Maul, Torch now gains you 3 life.
Yes. Sunstar Maul is something that you could be using, but I feel like that is kind of going a bit too cute,
For sure.
even with how cute Dr. Pringle's deck already is.
I think as a very targeted deck towards the meta, right? It's decent. It's okay into the mirror. Because it has like obliterates to deal with the Sandstorm Titans and whatnot. It's okay. The Flamesoakers are kind of a miss, but the rest of it's pretty good, especially since you can race with the horns. But it's very targeted towards Boral. That's a boogeyman in the format, and he basically brought
So that
completely
win
crushed Tempora.
that win results in Dr. Pringles being 1-1 versus Sono. Sono
Oh,
has
okay.
taken
So
a
this
game
is the
here.
third.
So this is the third and final game of their match. One of these players will be making it to the grand finals. One of these players will be duking it out with Kalos in the third place decider match.
All right. So we have Sono having a reasonable hand against. I think that the matchup between Rakano Valks and Found Berserk is in favor of Rakano Valks, unfortunately, and because I like Scream. He doesn't really have the tools in his hand. It's kind of a slow hand. He has the torch, which means they can take out one Scream threat or whatever and one attempt for lethal. But if they ever get another attempt for lethal, he doesn't really have the staying power in order to be able to get that.
But the thing is, Dr. Pringles is also sitting on a very anemic hand compared to what his deck could be doing. This Roland's intervention in Sono's hand could actually also prove to be very relevant, blocking a potential 6 damage from something with Berserk. And you see that Sono has already burned the torch, which means he will not be able to be killing this Dusk Raider this turn.
I don't like burning the torch that early against this deck, right? It's only 6 damage, right? Whereas you're looking to prevent 14 damage or 18 damage. So those are the two numbers you're looking to prevent, and torch only preventing 6 damage seems a bit not there, especially since you can, for example, this Grenadin could have blocked it next turn. Then Dr. Pringles would have had to use either a torch or a permafrost or annihilator, some thing on a Grenadin in order to push through any more.
And not torching that Dusk Raider also means that the Twilight Raptor that Dr. Pringles did draw has Berserk.
And not being able to torch Dusk deck is a very bad news if they top deck pretty much anything. Ooh, and the Jennifer Merchant naturally having Berserk, that means that they do not have to get the Gift of Battle from the market almost ever. They already have a Scream, and all they need at this point, actually, they have a Cabal Standard. Like, this is, I would say that this is going to be over quite quickly, especially since the Rizan is going to be permafrosted.
Okay, so if Dr. Pringles plays a power this turn, he can then scream back his territorial elf, and
Yeah.
then he can cabal tactic his 2 units.
Does he want to do that this turn though, or does he want to just Jennifer Merchant grabbing a potential either a Rizan or another scream?
We'll see what Dr. Pringle
not
decides to
lethal.
go with. I imagine Sona might fire off the Roland's Intervention just to neuter Territorial Elf this turn. Because, I mean, what else are you
8 plus
really
10.
using it for here? Yeah.
That is 18 damage though.
Roland's Intervention means -6.
So Sono fires it off. That means that Dr. Pringles is definitely not firing off wall tactic. Wait, what?
Dr. Pringle
Why?
says Cabal Tactic anyway. Smash in for
Alright.
an amount of damage, putting Sono down to 10. And since Dr. Pringles does have that Dark Return in hand, it still could result in Sono taking quite a bit here. Now, luckily for Sono, Razan does now have lifesteal, but
That might have been part of his calculations, actually. That's the reason why he blew that for Roland's intervention in order to give Roland's give Razan a lifesteal.
Absolutely, but now we see that permafrost on Razan and the Dark Return on the Territorial Elf, and the Territorial Elf
Deal.
plus the Twilight
And-
Raptor is not going to be lethal, but it is going to be enough to put Sono to 3.
It's lethal next turn with the Jennifer Merchant.
Except, look at that card. That's Deep Forge Plate. Deep Forge Plate gives a unit endurance. This unit that now has endurance is now a 10-9 Razan with lifesteal. So Sono was able to crack in for 10 damage, which was a 20-point life swing against a deck that is not going to be providing Dr. Pringles with an easy way to kill that Razan, and a deck that is so unhappy when it runs into something with lifesteal, especially something that large. I don't know if Dr. Pringles has an out anymore.
Yeah, he does. Well, he has an out, but he has to get lucky off the top. He can Jennifer Merchant for the unstable form if that's still in there. They do not have an unstable form in their market. Okay, so yeah, this game is over. I think. I don't think that
It's not actually over this turn because Sono
Yeah.
can't deal enough damage to kill Dr. Pringles now, but I have a very hard time believing that Dr.
Okay.
Pringles has an out.
So Dr. Pringles can go get a gift of battle and gain 10 life next turn. So it's not a complete another yeah, he's
Except
gonna
he
bottom that
only
or
gains 5 life because Razan has endurance.
right. You're absolutely right. I gotta I don't see an out for him.
Yeah,
He can attack. He can attack, swing. He gains 5 life, and that's not enough. Can he? Is there a way in his market they can scream back something, right? But I don't think that's good enough. Like there's nothing in their void that has lifesteal.
Exactly. I think it's just that Dr. Pringles doesn't have a way to deal with a Deep Forge Plate on a Razan. And due to that, Dr. Pringles is going to lose, and Sono is going to go into the grand finals, getting his revenge on Dr. Pringles and getting his chance to play for the grand prize.
How much is it right now?
Let's double check.
Are we going to a break?
Yes, we are
Okay.
going to go to a short break before the end of our tournament.
See you guys then.
And we're back. How you doing, Overmaster?
I'm feeling good. It's pretty. It has been a pretty good tournament. I mean, sans my early exit. This is gonna be a great final between Cross and Sono. This is really interesting. I mean, Sono's just a really solid player. He's been on a hot streak lately. He's just top 8 things left and right. Finals of this. Cross has been one of our regular participants in this in the Great Parliament tournaments for a very long time. I'm glad to see him have some success for sure.
Certainly. And here we can see their player cards, where you can see that Sonos is actually filled out, and Cross did not wind up filling out the survey we used to create the player cards, so we don't know his age. We're guessing
Not
he's
for-
probably from Earth, and his notable eternal achievement is that he really does not like surveys.
Who that was Captain Teambro who was filling out these cards. Yeah, he put in a little extra for us to peruse
Teambro,
for sure.
Wonderful guy who put together these player cards, and it's been quite a lot of fun to have them, to be able to talk about some of the things like Sono's inability to be lucky despite his ability to be on a hot streak and constantly top 8ing things.
Yeah. Also, his inability to I guess be the cause of car accidents, even though he's been in a lot of them,
He claims
as you
that
can see
all
on
14
screen.
of those car accidents were not his fault.
I don't believe it for 1 second. Also, he refuses to eat fruits and vegetables. I mean, sure.
Remember, this is 2 truths and a lie, so one of these things might
That's
not
right.
actually be the case.
All right, and the other one. Okay, so Blu-ray copy of this copy program is autographed by Michael Sarah. Michael Sarah? Sarah? I don't know who that person is. Is that a dude? I'm a uncultured swine. Uncultured swine. The actual third response was a lot more long-winded. Let's put it that. So we had to replace it with another one. So what do you think is the truth and the lie? The lies.
Well, I feel like I'm not actually allowed to say so, at least for Sono, because I know what's the lie and which are the truths. But
Oh,
for
okay.
Cross, I'm not sure any of those are actually necessarily lies, because Captain Teambro filled it out for Cross without actually having any information. So he probably got them all correct.
Yeah, I would say that all of those are true.
And there's also
maybe
this...
believes chocolate milk comes from brown cows. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
But I mean,
We'll never know. We'll never
I'm
know.
willing to believe that Cross has a cardboard cutout of Legolas in his room and has a restraining order against a garden gnome. By the way,
Yeah.
if we wind up showing you guys these player cards in a situation where you can see the small text of Cross's card, it's definitely worth a read.
Yeah, we'll find out whether or not we can reveal these things at a later point. We have to add. There are certain things. I suppose if they filled them out, they knew they were going to be like perused and put on cam and stuff like that. So perhaps I don't know. But Sonos is his third one is a good one.
And Cross and Sono are both ready to play some Eternal. It appears Sono will be starting off with his Praxis deck, which is, of course, not Praxis tokens. It is actually a bigger Praxis deck that goes up to World Bear Behemoths and All Heads, I believe. Various things like that. There's a Thundering Carosaur in the market, as a bunch of access to Predatory Carnosaurs and Xenon Initiations. Well, over on Cross's side of things, we don't necessarily know quite yet what he's going to be bringing here. But we will find out quite soon.
Actually, we do know. Well, no, we don't. Yeah. Okay, so the Cross decided to break out the Elysian first. Elysian is actually pretty strong into the time-based mirrors because of the card called Cerso. Basically makes it impossible to attack to attack into, and
we see
you
there's
can
a
attack it well.
Cirso in Cross's hand already, and that's a Cirso that he's going to get to rather quickly if he does draw another power, since he is making use of Power Stone to go up to 3 power on turn 2, meaning he'll have access to a 4 on turn 4.
Now, it ended up probably working out well, but would maybe you could have because he didn't have a strong turn 3 play after that. You could have maybe equivocated, because it basically makes another 1/1. It's most likely going to be a bad. It's going to be something like the 1/1. What was that 1/1 Yeti that has Berserk? Yeah, that one of those. Snow Rager, I believe. And and it also denies them a power.
But instead, Cross draws a Channel of the Tempest. That's definitely not what he's looking for, because, well, he does get to play a power here. He doesn't really get to do anything. I mean, he gets to hold up the Unseal and the... You know,
I mean,
I'd actually say
Unseal is kind of bad in this matchup, isn't it? There's very few targets. There's Zine Initiation, but it's not particularly great. And he's gonna get rid of this Titan. See, what's gonna happen here is that is that a Torgoth?
Torgoth Ice Trader, Ice Cap Trader.
That's a pretty good one. But Sono has better plays.
4-drop, that's for sure. But instead, going for the 5-drop World Bear definitely seems preferable to Sono. Sono now gets to attack with it because Cross has not managed to draw that extra power he really needed. And I think that we might be seeing this game go to Sono due to Cross getting power screwed. Quite unfortunate.
It's not lethal quite yet, but it's lethal over 2 turns. It pretty much no matter what Cross draws. Oh, and they have a Obelisk in hand. I think they top deck that just now, and yeah, it's over. Even gets this 8th power in order to get the double pump, and game 1 goes to Sono.
In quite quick fashion. That is the side effect of having to deal with a player who has so much in the way of cards. Well, you're being screwed. Power screwed.
Yeah.
It happens.
I mean, Praxis sometimes has these draws where it basically feels unbeatable, because I felt like that draw was kind of like that. Like, it was like, even if Cross had managed to get the 5th power, they would have only been they would have played a Cerso, and it would have locked up the board pretty
Cross
well.
Definitely would have had a much better chance if he did get that power he needed to be able to start playing all of his large time mid-range units.
I definitely think he would have needed to get it that particular turn that we saw it, right? Any other future turns would not. Good.
Right.
All right. Yeah, we're heading into the second game where
It's going to be Cross running it back with his Elysian, and Sono taking the Rakano sort of armory, sort of Valkyries. We're not really quite sure what to call it. We know it's running Deep Forge Plate, and we've seen that Deep Forge Plate win a match for Sono that without it, I think he probably would have lost.
Yeah, Deep Forge Plate's really good in this deck. It's I think it's better than Harsh Rule in the deck, which is usually the kind of replacement, the dichotomy between either running Harsh Rule in a deck with units, but like there's a disconnect between 4 and 6, right? Which you might have. Like there's not really I guess you haven't really. I still don't like Harsh Rule. I'm a strong believer in not putting Harsh Rule in a deck where you have stuff like that you don't want to Harsh Rule away.
But also, the reason that people are frequently okay with running Harsh Rules in these Rakano Valkyrie decks is their Icarias and their Razans and even their Valkyrie Enforcers can providing value the turn they get played. And that means that the Harsh Rule is oftentimes less bad for you on your units than it might sometimes seem. Now the top deck Bullet Shaper here Does Sono want to play that, or does he just play the Valkyrie Enforcer?
And does he play the Bullet Shaper and activate immediately? Because he has the privilege of rank in hand. Does
I
he?
don't
Yeah.
feel you want to activate immediately. Instead, you could be holding it off to be able to
Well,
play out Icaria faster. You know, actually, I'm leaning towards yes, just play the Valkyrie Enforcer here, keep cross off power, see if you can just get
you could have
another
done
quick
that
dash win.
anyway. You could have done that anyway, though. You could have played Bullet Shaper into discard privilege into Valkyrie
The other
Enforcer.
thing I was going to say is next turn, Sono can play out the Granite Waystone and the Bullet Shaper, and not
Yeah.
ultimate the Bullet Shaper. And the turn after that, you can ultimate Bullet Shaper if Cross doesn't use one of his.
Removal spells. So yeah, like Equivocate or Hailstorm, which
Yeah,
he does have in
would
hand.
Hailstorm here. But I do like this
Right.
line of play from Sono because he's representing Icaria next turn. Oh, but
Yep.
tossing out the Grenadin is going to wind up feeling kind of bad as it just is.
All right, he's gonna be able to protect his Valkyrie Enforcer. I think you kind of want to do it. You want to get this out right now. You want to be playing Icaria as soon as possible, so I don't think you're going to be able to hold up Roland's intervention when you play it.
Unfortunately, Sono will no longer be able to keep the Bullet Shaper around, and Cross definitely feels a sigh of relief for that. But even then, I don't know if Cross has enough in the way of stuff to do.
I mean,
Circe's a lot
what's going to
worse
happen
when
is that
he's trying to deal with flyers,
right.
especially ones that might pick up Deep Forge Plate.
So he's going to take a bunch of damage, but Sono's definitely going to get a 2-for-1 next turn from the Wasp, unless he top decks a Torture Roland's intervention. So I think that the plate's going to come down. It's a torch. It's permafrost proof, and there's really no other plays this turn. Okay,
Sono
go with the conservative line, getting more setting up power, gonna make sure that he gets the power in order to cast his Rizons and his Icarius, then the deck a bit. All right.
Yeah, instead of going for a guaranteed turn 7 Icaria. She's less weak to removal, so there's definitely something to be said for that, but also getting in a lot of damage against.
I think I like the Deep Forge play at that turn.
Yeah, the thing is, with Caster Vision, knowing that Cross's hand is quite anemic, I definitely agree that Sono can probably outrace Cross, but I think that
there a Deep Forge plate in Sono's hand.
Taking the slower route is probably the better way to go.
Is there a Deep Forge plate in Sono's hand? I'm starting to doubt it because there could be a spectator bug. Because that was an interesting play. Like he just played an Auric Runehammer on that board, where he definitely had an opportunity to just jam the Deep Forge plate.
I'll check
Maybe
for
it's
sure.
maybe it is there though. Okay, all right.
Yep, Deep Forge plate.
The Deep Forge plate is there, joined by a new Valkyrie Enforcer, which can take out this the Cerso, the front half of the Cerso, at least the main text. But I think he's just going to
the 6/6 stat line, which is it does remain relevant, but I feel like at this point, if I were Sono, I'd be wanting to race. Though Cross is totally fine with Sono not agreeing with me, I imagine.
Yeah, Sono sniffed out the Wasp and probably felt a pause on a previous turn, so he knows. Now the thing is that Icaria also, if you get it down early, that means that you get the buff earlier. So there's definitely merits to both lines for sure.
I'm not convinced by Sono's line here. It's looking more and more possible for Cross to possibly be able to steal this away. Sono is at 12, and Cross does have 12 damage in play among these two Cersos. And you see, an attack here with a Valkyrie Enforcer, that Enforcer is going to die, and Yeah, wow. Cross wins
That
this
was
game.
a
No, Cross. You could have. You would have won
he
this
doesn't.
game. Oh man, I'm not sure if he's gonna wind up losing after that, but Cross could have equivocated
Big
the other enforcer.
yeah.
He could have been totally fine taking the damage there. I suppose he was wary of
He
a
could have
fireball,
equivocated. Yeah.
but wow. I feel like Cross definitely made a misplay there, but we also have caster vision, and it's possible.
Let's say you equivocated the other one and he played a blocker. That line is just not. Yeah. I don't know if Cross saw the line. That he did pull the switch pretty quickly and didn't really think about it. It was definitely but I think I also would have thought about that and gone for doing it on the plate, because like if anything goes wrong, you are screwed, right? You are screwed
Right.
by taking the 8 damage that turn and then taking the 8 damage the following turn if you don't top deck anything. I don't know.
Well, you didn't.
I
need to
actually
take
I
the
might have
damage
wanted.
that turn. You could have taken 6 or 7 and blocked with the wasp, killing that. That's the
Yeah,
line
but
that
the
I
wasp
would've-
play is weak to an Icaria play the following, because equivocate doesn't take out an Icaria.
Right. Either way, the players are now into
Yeah.
their final
The
game
final
of this
match.
tournament.
Final game. All right, so Cross is on Combre aggro, and Sono is again has to run it back with the Rakano Valks. Has a decent hand. He has a Bullet Shaper plus a spell. That's fine. He wants to top deck power though for sure. That's it.
State of Glory, however, is depleted power here because Sono does not have a sigil in hand.
Wait, what? Okay, so he's decided to play the teacher here. Yeah, I agree with that line. Yeah. On further
Sono
reflection.
top decks Privilege of Ranked. Now there's something to be said for possibly firing off the Bullet Shaper's ultimate to be able to play Orc Runehammer, which does seem to be the line of play Sono is going for. Just kill off the Teacher of Humility now, and
This is gonna get 2 for 1.
access to units following up.
So it's going to end up being a 2 for 1. No matter
Right.
what, pretty much. They could play an Awakened Student and be able to block it, but they're going to end up. Ooh. Okay, so they might play the Genetrix this turn and attack. If they block, then they can kill the Genetrix. Oh.
I
So,
like not going
wait.
for Genetrix here because this line of play means that Cross can save the unit, the Awakened Student.
Unfortunately, they decided they did not play the power after. They played the power after. What was I gonna say? The Awakened Student was played after the power drop for the turn, so that was a little unfortunate. But I think he correctly assessed that the fact that was a misplay, and still made the Awakened Student play anyway.
Now, Cross did not hyper APM, letting his Initiate of the Sands get silenced, which meant that Sono recognized the pause and recognized that it is very likely that pause was for a
Finest Hour, because
Finest Hour.
I think that if it was a stand together, he's also holding up 3 power for a stand together. It would have been a stand together turn, because you don't want to get rid of your power for sure.
The turn it happened, he was only holding up 2 power.
Oh, okay.
So now knew that it had to be something that would have made the unit large enough to survive a Orc Runehammer hit.
So now it's 2 units in the air gonna bash through here. Yeah, it's gonna try to kill the 3/3. It's gonna be Finest Howard. It's not the worst trade for Sono, for sure. Takes a bit of extra damage, but I think it's a he probably is. He's likely to be happy with that for sure.
Yeah, he's willing to trade 6 damage in his Runehammer for the Finest Hour out of Cross, especially since
What do you
Sono will be
think
able to
about
Ultimate Bullet Shaper, discarding the Vanquish, to play Icaria this turn.
next turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think of Cross playing out the Crown Watch? That
Cross choosing to play out Gentrix Aerial 4 means that I don't agree with his choice of target of that. Making the Initiator
actually,
of the Sands into a 5/5 doesn't do that much.
oh,
It
he's
kills
left himself.
one
He
enemy
actually
turn.
didn't. He left himself weak to the Zakaria hit. He could have actually played out the Jettatrix, getting power, holding the Crown Watch Standard in hand, and been able to Crown Watch Standard plus vanquish the Zakaria that comes on next. Now he doesn't have that play available to him. He has to rely on the top of his deck to deal with the Ikaria that Sono has is undoubtedly playing this turn.
Yes, definitely. But of course, there's always something to be said for getting to 6 power when you have access to Sword of Unity in your deck.
I agree. I agree with that as well. And plus, like, really, like, how likely is it for them to have a spell plus Icaria? They're gonna just solidly attack with everything. Let's see, that's 8, 12 damage, 2 turn lethal.
Quite fast.
Even if he chumps, it's 2 turn lethal, so it's a good non chump, sure. And I believe that's. It's not it this turn, but I think that it's a foregone conclusion at this point. Sono just has too much pressure in the air.
Absolutely. 9
Top decks in a
Cloud
melee
Marshal.
too.
Doesn't really matter at this point, but hey, she's here.
Yep.
He.
Oh, top deck's a double vanquish just in time to see an Amelie on the other side of the battlefield. That is going to be it for this tournament. For congratulations to Sono.
Even
Winning.
with that Amelie, even without that Amelie, the one Valkyrie Enforcer would have been able to allow Sono to win the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. For sure.
Congratulations to Sono, and condolences to Cross, but also still congratulations because you still managed to pull second place. That's still going to be in the money. It's not a winner takes all tournament.
I believe top 3 gets a cash prize tournament, right?
Yes.
Still got a cut of that. Still got a cut of that sweet Matcherino prize pool.
Exactly.
All right.
So thank you to everyone.
Is the backup? Is the third place match still going, or is that done as well? There's not going to be a match, or? Oh, okay. Never mind. Actually, the top 4 we're hearing from our producer, and I haven't been part of this discussion in a while. It is top 4 that get the prize money. The 3rd and 4th place actually get the same amount of prize money. So there's going to be no top 3 match, and yeah.
So those 2 players are tied for 4th or 3rd, depending on how you want to look at it.
Are you a glass half empty or half full kind of guy?
Exactly. That's the question. Hey, they still made it into the money, so they got to be happy with that.
Right. For sure.
That is going to conclude our tournament. Thank you to everyone here for playing, everyone here for watching, and everyone here who's helped us run the tournament tonight. Reshef, Kaleri, Dr. Hero, Overmaster, this Cygnus guy. Not sure why I'd thank him, though.
I'll thank you. Thank you, Cygnus, for all your hard work, for especially getting up at 9 o'clock your time.
Yeah, I know. Wow, 9 a.m. Come on. What's up with you kind of people?
I got up at 12. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I think it's time for me to go get breakfast. So I'm going to leave you guys to finalize this, but I believe there's not really much more to do. We hope to see people around here for the October cycle, which will be starting up quite soon.
I'm winning next time. That's a spoiler, not a prediction. Kappa, I'm just joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to people out there who don't like the crap talk.
Rigged. There's no rigging going on here.
Yeah.
If there would be any, it would be that we would be making sure Overmaster does lose, so that we get to have him cast again.
That's right.